Council, this is your 2-minute warning before we start. Okay, good evening, everyone. We'll just ask council to take their seat, please. Thank you. I can so tell you. Thanks, everyone, for joining us tonight. Just for the people who've joined us for this evening, just want to let people know that earlier this afternoon we had an afternoon edition of council where we started with the territorial acknowledgement and had an excellent education session with representatives from 6 nations. So as we start this evening's, I will again ask for a disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Seeing none, we will move right into our staff reports. The first staff report is the City of Waterloo 10-point U.S. tariff response plan. So there's a number of staff who worked on this, and we'll welcome Commissioner Philippa Reynolds. Actually, before Philippa, you start, I just also want to say a quick hello and welcome to I think we've got a number of UW planning students here tonight, so you're very welcome to join us for the various, we've got quite a variety of issues that we're going to be going through tonight, so thank you for joining us. So Philippa is our Commissioner of Corporate Services, and we'll turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council, members of the public, and staff. Financial uncertainty and volatility is challenging for most individuals, business, and of course the stock market because it's very difficult to plan for the future. And a prolonged environment of uncertainty, the best that we can do is to 1, identify our greatest risks, 2, put steps in place to lessen them, and 3, create and leverage new opportunities. Our CAO, Tim Anderson, couldn't be with us here tonight, but he was really instrumental in guiding our approach. So I just wanted to mention that. As everyone is well aware, tariffs and the chaotic nature of how they have been and continue to be communicated present many challenges, but they also present some opportunities. We brought different parts of the organization together, including the Uptown BIA, to collaborate on a citywide response. And so we're here to present our 10-point action plan to Council for your consideration. We'll first focus inwardly on our own city operations, and the second half of our presentation will have a community-facing business focus. And so with that, I'm going to pass it on to our Director of Fleet and Procurement, Tracy Bell, to start us off. Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks, Tracy. Welcome.
Thanks. The report before you includes recommendation for amendments to the city's purchasing bylaw. These proposed amendments align with the city's commitment to support Canadian businesses. I won't walk through all of the amendments, but I'd like to highlight the addition of a new definition, Canadian business, and this definition aligns with the provincial definition. I've got it on the screen here. Also added is a definition for covered procurement. This definition ensures that our bylaw remains current with trade agreement thresholds that are adjusted every 2 years. The next update will be in 2026. Threshold values dictate when we were able to prioritize Canadian businesses. The current thresholds allow us to prioritize purchases of goods and/or services that are valued under $353,300, or in the case of construction, $8,800,000. Updates to our procurement templates are currently underway to incorporate preference language, and we are developing Canadian value-added evaluation criteria. Where possible, we'll attempt to track tariff impacts through price forms. However, this information may not always be available from our suppliers. Through its social procurement policy, the city has already pledged to embed economic growth through its purchasing activities, and staff have been directed to undertake low-cost purchases from local suppliers whenever possible. Through the city's Amazon Business for Corporate program, it'll be easier for us to identify, buy from, and track low-cost spend with local suppliers. And yes, based on the number of employees locally and throughout the provinces, Amazon does meet the definition of a Canadian business. Purchases that are not low cost, namely those over $50,000, are facilitated by the city's procurement team. In 2024, those amounted to approximately $33 million worth of goods and services. 96% of those were awarded to Canadian businesses and 34% of those to local businesses. The degree to which tariffs and counter-tariffs continue to change creates uncertainty with respect to cost impacts. For our city fleet, we've been prioritizing vehicle replacements due to the backlog that was created by COVID. This has resulted in a relatively young fleet that puts us in a good position to manage tariff impacts. If necessary, we can defer replacements without compromising service. We've also been able to secure some tariff caps on 7 large pieces of equipment that are currently on order. Because of concerns raised relating to public safety equipment availability, the federal government announced a 6-month pause on counter tariffs that would have impacted fire emergency equipment and vehicles. The pause is to allow us time to adjust supply chains to prioritize domestic sources when available. The city currently has 2 fire pump trucks on order and in production. These are scheduled to arrive in late summer. Staff will continue to monitor the availability of local supply for future purchases. And I will now hand it off to Francis Reyes, our Director of Engineering Services.
Thank you, Tracy. Welcome, Francis.
Thanks, Tracy. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and public. In terms of impacts to capital projects, staff will continue to advance key capital projects forward. Staff will continue to seek and leverage external funding opportunities, such as grant and cost-sharing opportunities wherever possible. Potential donor projects with surplus funding are also being assessed to cover potential budget shortfalls. We have not seen major tariff impacts on city projects and city tenders to date. However, as part of cost mitigation efforts, staff will carefully review requests for change orders related to tariffs, if there are any, and ensure that proper documentation and validation are provided in support of such requests. Point 4 in the response plan is continuing to streamline the development approval process. We understand that development is a key driver of economic growth, and streamlining the development approvals process will help reduce delays, lead to lower project costs, and quicker project completions. To date, IPPW staff have completed the Comprehensive Engineering and Landscape Manual, which is a unique guidance document intended to assist developers, consultants, and contractors through the city's infrastructure and development process. This document is updated annually to ensure alignment with legislation and technical standards. Furthermore, planning staff have completed the creation of a standard terms of references for technical studies to establish clear expectations in support of development applications. In addition, IPPW staff are also advancing the development of an online portal for Committee of Adjustment and site plan applications, as well as the creation of a site servicing policy to assist developers, engineers, and consultants to ensure that services are designed in compliance with the Ontario Building Code. These efforts will allow for applications to be processed quickly and more efficiently. The next point is point 5, which is joint initiatives with area municipalities. Staff will continue to engage and collaborate with area municipalities to identify opportunities for alignment on design requirements, construction specifications, and joint partnerships on emerging technologies. A consistent and standard approach amongst area municipalities will lead to more efficiency for contractors and ultimately reduce project costs. This concludes the portion of my presentation. I will now hand it over to the City CFO and Treasurer, Mr. Paul Hedinga.
Thank you, Francis. Welcome, Paul.
In regards to advocacy and stimulus, finance staff will monitor and leverage as these opportunities become more apparent. Grant monitoring is a part of regular activities of the financial planning team. It is anticipated that specific new grant opportunities will be launched in the coming months as federal and provincial governments consider economic stimulus. The financial planning team, along with the project implementation divisions, will be ready to respond to these opportunities with shovel-ready projects, which include the Beaver Creek Meadows Pumping Station, Albert McCormick Community Complex expansion, and the Rim Park renovation / GHG reduction. In terms of the deferral plan, the deferral plan is aimed to allow industrial and commercial property owners to extend their final 2025 tax due dates for up to 60 days. September 1st and October 2nd are the final installment dates, can be deferred to October 31st and November 30th. For property owners to qualify for this additional program, they must have experienced financial hardship directly related to the imposition of tariffs after March 1st, 2025. Affected property owners will be able to apply for this deferral at any time after July 1st and up to August 15th. Program activity will be reported back to Council during regular surplus deficit reporting. Tracking of costs relative to tariffs will be a difficult task, as many of these items will be hidden in or embedded in the overall cost of a project. Where the data is available, finance will enable these costs to be separately tracked by opening a dedicated account number within the project or operating budgets and communicating it broadly to staff so that this information can be used in grant submissions and other government advocacy efforts. I'll now pass it on to Justin McFadden, our Director of Economic Development.
Thank you, Paul. Welcome, Justin.
Thank you. All right, I guess I have to move this. All right. Yeah, so on the economic development front, we've been working on a number of things. First and foremost, focusing on support for startups in our region. So we are having some preliminary conversations with the Accelerator Center about, with respect to a health tech accelerator that would focus on kind of the gap in the medtech space regionally, which medtech typically focuses on physical devices, but we believe there's an opportunity to fill on the software and AI side of things, so some additional programming at the Accelerator Center. And so there's a motion to push that back to our ECDev committee to take a further look and make a recommendation back to council on a potential investment there by the city. And then on the sort of the support front, we did launch our city trade and tariff website page in late March, which is a really good resource for local businesses to understand what's happening on a day-to-day basis. I know it moves very quickly, and so we do our best to track that, as well as provide information on programs that are available both federally and provincially to support businesses as the situation evolves. There's been a whole bunch of local multi-agency collaboration between ourselves, Best WR, Waterloo EDC, and others. A big part of that focus is out meeting with local businesses that we feel are potentially impacted, primarily in the manufacturing sector. I know the mayor, you've joined us on over a dozen meetings with groups, different segments of the manufacturing space here in the city of Waterloo, and there's been some really interesting learnings from those meetings. You know, one of the ones, in one particular learning is, you know, it's very clear that the higher a company sits on the value chain, the less impacted they are directly by tariffs. So if they are very strong in their market, or if it's a very complex product with limited competition, they're in a much better position to push back on the U.S. customer to either share tariffs or push back, you know, sort of exclusively on those tariffs. So we're seeing quite a number of companies having success sort of pushing back on those tariffs. And then also too, an interesting sort of piece to this is that with the Buy Canada piece, and what we're talking about as a city, that is happening all across the country. So a lot of local companies that in the past would, when they're trying to land a Canadian customer, would compete with a U.S. supplier. They're now facing less competition in the U.S. because those customers are not even looking at the U.S. Option. So we're actually seeing with quite a number of companies an accelerated order book domestically in Canada that is more than offsetting the losses to their traditional shipments to the U.S. So it's definitely not all bad news out there for local companies in terms of impact. The other interesting dynamic is that locally, nationally, about 70% of GDP is in the services side of the industry, 30% manufacturing. In Waterloo, we're about 80-20, so we're overall a little bit less impacted than perhaps the rest of the country in terms of tariffs, which are, as everyone knows, on hard goods. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to J.S. to talk about some stuff that's happening in the Uptown.
Thank you, Justin, and welcome, JS.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, guests. As part of the BIA, we've been working with our members on a regular basis. So some of the concerns from our members have been high cost of food, supplies, and materials. And a lot of them, as Justin talked about, they're all doing domestic products now, purchasing local, regionally, and domestically in Canada, and they've been very successful. As a BIA, we are connecting with our businesses on a regular basis to find out how we can help them. For new businesses, we are welcoming them, we are amplifying them through social media, encouraging them to participate in our Uptown dollar gift card program. To use that as an example, there was a conference between Laurier and Waterloo for zoologists across Canada. They came in, they bought about $7,500 worth of gift cards. This is the second year they've done it. So with the conference being 2-week period, that money got spent right away. Between March, April, and May, $9,000 worth of Uptown dollar gift cards have been redeemed within our Uptown businesses, which is great. And we are also connecting our businesses, resharing what economic development is sharing, and also with the Chamber of Commerce, etc. We have a program called Hand in Hand, where we provide grants, micro grants for our businesses up to $500 to activate, enable, and do marketing to encourage and bring customers, guest visitors into their doors. So we are amplifying that, and the board is given a little bit of extra direction for me as a ED. If you need to dip in and spend some more money towards with our business, we could do that. As part of the activation, our egg hunt event in Easter weekend brought in over 4,000 people, over 1,000 kids. So those events are getting more popular, more people are attending. We purposefully planned 2 new festivals in the month of May. In the long weekend, after 3 years of Vintage Festival being in St. Jacobs, we moved it to Uptown. So we want to thank the Region of Waterloo and City of Waterloo staff for helping us with that, and that was a huge success, brought in over 4,000 people. The weather hindered on the first day, but the second day was great. We are just coming out of Magic and Shenanigans Festival over this weekend. We activated 8 different venues in Uptown. Almost 1,000 tickets, about 800 sold. There were folks from other parts of the country who are coming in and checking this program out because it was first of its kind. It was a great success. Marketing, we are working with Ready Team, and we are going to have a series of banners that are going to go up in Uptown in the next 30 to 45 days. That's going to represent local artists, and we are going to have indigenous artists as part of that program as well. We have a campaign to celebrate supporting local from day one. So the campaign is going to be a little bit like BIA has been supporting local since day one, because that's our mandate. That's what we've been doing for 52 years in this community, and we'll continue to do that. And our gift card program. So when new businesses start, one of the traditions we used to do is welcome them to the community with a flower bouquet or a plant. We are switching that to welcome them with a $50 Uptown gift card, so the new business can learn what the program is and they'll be encouraged to buy into it right away. So those are the things that we are doing, and we'll continue to be committed to activating and bringing people to Uptown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JS. Welcome back, Philippa.
Just to thank the team for assembling all these ideas and responses for your consideration, and this concludes really our presentation. We're happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it was very comprehensive, and I don't think we've had such a lineup at the mic before, but I appreciate the thought and the care that's gone into this, looking very much across the corporation for how we need to respond to these. So with that, I will look to council to see if there are questions of any of the members of staff here. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Roach.
Sure. Is there a specific timeline for implementing each of the 10 points? You know, particularly those that need coordination with municipalities and other levels of government?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Roach. That's a good question. All of them are unique and different. Obviously, with Council's endorsement today, we would move swiftly through them to implement them as quickly as possible. Certainly the ones that are directly within our control, we can do quite immediately. For example, some of the internal pieces, like we have our procurement bylaw listed today for your approval, so we can really move forward with that. We'll be communicating with staff, and so our Director of Communications, Carrie, will be working with us to assemble a communication. She's been working on a communication plan so that we can communicate internally on what's happening. Obviously, the work with that Director McFadden talked about in terms of work with Best WR, if Council approves supporting that motion regarding the health tech, obviously that will need to go back to WEDAC in their next meeting for discussion and so on. So each item will have a different implementation plan in terms of the start, but certainly this is like the really good beginning for us to get moving on it. And in the meantime, as you know, from week to week things change and new information comes forward, so we'll be addressing that as that happens.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Some of us here will recognize or have seen that, unfortunately, some Canadian companies have taken advantage of Buy Canadian. I've seen it in the grocery stores where there's like a nice Canada sticker on there, and the price has gone up a little bit. Kind of like when we see something organic, oh yes, well, let me pay more for that. So I'm just wondering how staff will address potential cost increases from prioritizing Canadian suppliers.
Thank you for your question. Through you, back to Councillor Roach. Maybe I can ask Francis to join us on this, and Tracy, but there's a couple of pieces that I think staff was referring to, but one, we will be looking for, where possible, for vendors to identify what pieces of their, for example, bid is related to tariffs. That's not something that they will necessarily always do, so that is difficult. As Paul noted, we're opening an account code in order to try to track some of those impacts, but it really does depend on the forthcoming information from those third parties. And so that is a difficult thing, to your point. But we will make every effort through our relationships to, emphasize the importance of us being able to do that in order to advocate, and play our part in that process. But maybe if anyone has anything else to add to that.
Through you, Mayor. Also to keep in mind, through a competitive procurement process, we evaluate not only just on price, we'll be looking at Canadian content and price, and in a lot of instances, evaluation criteria. So we'll have a balance to get a best value. So it won't always be based on price, but I do agree that there are opportunity increases that sometimes, I think they're sometimes on the smaller, and just part of the education is to make staff aware of what they're looking for. Is it produced in Canada, made in Canada? What are your options? So that goes into the education with staff.
Thank you, Tracy. I don't know if Francis wanted to add to that.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Roach. One thing I can share is in terms of our linear projects, so some of our larger capital projects, road reconstruction, creek rehab, pond cleanouts, a lot of those projects we can probably say Canadian projects, right? A lot of the materials are sourced locally, produced locally. Drawings are produced by local consultants, and we do hire local contractors to do the work. So the majority of the projects are sourced locally. So from that perspective, they're really made in Canada projects. And if there are impacts due to tariffs, as always, we're pretty cautious when it comes to change orders. We want to make sure that the claims are validated, and we work with consultants to make sure that there's protections for price escalations in the tender contracts, as Tracy mentioned. But we'll typically do our good job being cautious when it comes to claims for extras or change orders.
And I just add a little bit to your answer, just on a provincial level. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario has, one of their submissions to the province is around, they've estimated some of the potential cost increases and escalations, particularly around construction, and so have flagged that to the provincial government to say, municipalities spend a lot of money on capital projects, and so depending on some of these projects and some of the tenders and that you just noted, Francis, depending where some of those come in, that is a place where we may need we'll very likely need the province to step in to help us defray some of those cost escalations. So that's a request that's already gone into the provincial government. Thanks for your questions, Councillor Roach. Any other questions from council? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My question really just has to do with the potential demand increases for Canadian businesses if everybody is going to be doing this, and whether we've considered those implications and what trade diversification might look like from the procurement side.
Thank you for your question. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Wright. And I'll have Tracy step up as well and help us with this one. But great question. I think that our approach is a bit measured in the way that we've done it, relying certainly on that definition of Canadian business to keep things that the province has defined, to keep things sort of a little bit broader, because we are very much integrated, and it's not something that's going to easily change in the short period of time. And so to give that time for the market to respond to some of these demands, I think we can't be too specific. And so, to your point, with regard to demand, if this becomes, something that everyone is doing, and certainly there are many pieces around with government, private organizations that are going in that direction, that does become a difficult thing for businesses to manage. So, thanks for your question. I think that we are taking that more moderate approach for one of those very good reasons that you mentioned. But Tracy, maybe she wants to add to that.
Thanks, Philippa, and through you, Mayor. And just to focus on a point that Justin made, majority of things, we buy a lot of services at the city, so we have some goods, a lot of services. So 96% of our spend is generally Canadian. So with that difference of the 4%, I don't see a lot of immediate impacts on that. I think the most impact we had that we were resilient and worked through was shortages that we didn't have during COVID. So I think we had a lot of lessons there, looking for different opportunities in different places to buy from. But I think the supplier community is going to look at it as an opportunity to ramp up if they can.
Thank you very much. Did you have a follow-up? No. Are there any other questions from council? I just have a couple of questions. Particularly, I was wondering, Paul, under the industrial and commercial tax deferral plan, I was just wondering what you kind of crystal ball it, what you think the uptake may be, because as I recall, this was something that was offered during COVID as well for businesses that were impacted. But just wondering if you, based on that experience, if you could maybe just share what you're anticipating.
Thank you, Mayor. During the pandemic, we ran probably a more wide open program. It was all tax classes, and there was limited kind of proof required to apply for the program. And we had limited response from our commercial and industrial partners, but there were a few. So I'm anticipating kind of in that kind of low volume threshold that won't necessarily impact our cash flow in a grand scheme.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to have that there for companies that need it, but as Mr. McFadden was saying, some good news is that they haven't been hit as hard as was originally anticipated. But I do have a question for you, Justin. Just wondered if you could, because you touched on the health tech initiative, and I just wondered if you could expand on that a little bit more. What you're proposing that you want our Economic Development Committee to consider, and Council to consider.
Sure, yeah, no. So we're still working on some of the details, but basically it would be a programmatic expansion of the Accelerator Center to focus on health tech, so basically more on the software and artificial intelligence side of things. So basically bringing companies forward and into the through the life cycle of early stage companies and into growth stage companies that are building sort of health tech solutions. So things that might be focused more on the software side. So patient management systems, document management systems around patients. AI solutions that might help, say, streamline, ER, emergency room wait times, that sort of thing. So the expectation is that there will be a tremendous amount of growth in AI in the healthcare space, and this is an opportunity for Waterloo to be on the forefront of that.
Thanks very much. And are you working with some other partners, or which partners are you working with with this proposal?
So right now we're working with the Accelerator Center, with the University of Waterloo. We're also there's also some initial back and forth, I'll say, with the province. We believe that we got some good information late last week that they're going to be bringing forward a program that might be able to provide some additional funding on top of maybe what the city would invest. So we'll have to still go through a process with that, but it does seem to meet kind of the criteria that the province is looking at in terms of investing on basically creating new areas of economic growth that perhaps we are not as strong in today. So.
Okay, great. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense given that we are going to get a new hospital in Waterloo, but it's going to serve the entire region and southwestern Ontario. But given the technology, the capacity, and the University of Waterloo and the CareNext program that the hospital and the university have started together, I think it's we'll take it to our WEDAC committee, but I think it really makes a lot of sense to look really seriously and hard at that and to say, like, this really could be a phenomenal opportunity for scale-ups and startups and scale-ups and the healthcare system locally, but also across Canada.
Yep. And I'll just add one thing. A number of years ago, the city created an economic development reserve, and it's funded each year. So there is potential funding from that source. Wouldn't have to be new funding or anything like that we could invest in this.
Okay, great. We look forward to that coming back from the Economic Development Organization. And I just wanted to also note, I don't remember the date, but the Tariff and Trade, the Greater Chamber of Commerce is organizing a Tariff and Trade Symposium, as I understand as well. So just that will be important for local companies to participate in and get as much up-to-date information as possible throughout this. So thank you all for the information and the presentation. Just looking to see if council has no other questions. So there are 5 recommendations here. Oh, sorry, we have 2 delegations. My apologies. Thank you very much. And I will call Uday Veer Sangha, who has registered as a delegate, to come to the podium if they're here. Uday Veer. Going once?
If I may, Your Mayor, he is trying to attend virtually, that I do know.
Oh, okay, we don't have a virtual option here. So that will, okay, well then we will not expect UDay to join us this evening. Perhaps they'll come another time in person. So Tanner Bergsma is the next delegate. Tanner, just welcome. You have, because you registered today, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Tanner Bergsma. I'm a 22-year-old activist, advocate, author, and proud resident of this region. I do also live with autism, and I've experienced firsthand what it feels like to be overlooked by the very systems that are meant to support us. There was a time in my life where I felt invisible, unheard, and forgotten, and the experience has shaped me in everything that I do. It's why I have dedicated my life to make sure that no one else has to fall through the cracks. Today, you're being asked to consider a very important motion, Corp 2025-022, an important 10-point U.S. tariff response plan that includes procurement reforms, tax deferrals, the Buy Waterloo campaign, and a MedTech innovation initiative. These are commendable steps, and I'm not here to oppose them. I'm here to ask a deeper question. Who do these plans actually help? Because the economic strength of a city cannot be measured solely based off its commercial growth. It must be measured by the opportunities it provides for its people, especially those who have been historically left behind. I stand before you not just to speak, but to offer a solution. I respectfully propose a slight amendment to this plan, that any revisions to the procurement policy aimed at supporting startups within this region shall include a provision to prioritize companies that demonstrate support, are led by, or employ individuals from marginalized or low-income backgrounds. This shall include, but not limited to, youth, newcomers, persons with disabilities, and individuals experiencing barriers to full participation in the workforce. This isn't a handout, it's a hand up. It's the difference between growth on paper and growth in people's lives. And I know this because I'm doing this work currently firsthand. Right now with Laurier, I'm helping to build the first ever transition to work program for post-secondary students with autism in Canada. Through this program, we're not just preparing students to survive, we're preparing them to thrive in inclusive, meaningful employment. This isn't a dream, it's happening right now. And it proves that it's possible when we intentionally create pathways for those often excluded from opportunity. And what if the city's economic policies reflected that same intention? What if every contract the city awarded had the potential to employ someone who's never been given a fair shot? Because if you are truly committed to local resilience, to equity, to innovation, then that commitment must extend beyond boardrooms. It must reach classrooms, reach shelters. It must reach the unemployed, the overlooked, the unseen. The amendment costs nothing, but it changes everything. It turns a procurement policy into a tool of empowerment. It says to our residents, you matter, your future matters, and the city will invest in you too. You're not just building a response to tariffs, we're building a legacy. And now I want to speak from my heart for a minute. I've seen the power of one opportunity. I've witnessed how a single chance can rewrite the story of someone's life. I've walked the streets alone, and I've stood on stages around the world because somebody believed I was worth the investment. And so I say this. I have a vision that one day we will no longer have to fight to be included in the systems built around us. That Buy Waterloo will mean more than protecting business, it will mean building up people. That our economy will no longer be separated from our humanity. That the people who have been excluded from opportunity will become its architects. I have a vision that one day a young autistic student will not just graduate, but walk into a job that values their brilliance. That every policy written in this chamber tonight and ongoing will reflect the dignity of the people it serves. That in Waterloo, we will not settle for growth that leaves people behind. We will lead with love, inclusion, and bold accountability. Council, the time for that vision is now. The amendment is simple, but the impact will echo. Let's not just make economic plans, let's make history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanner. I'll just ask people to hold their applause. Thank you very much. So just, Council, are there any questions of the delegate? Go ahead, Councillor Bassick.
Well done.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. And what a great initiative you're doing at the university, a transition, a post-secondary transition plan into the
Yes.
workplace. Okay. Can you just say again what it was that you were asking as the amendment?
Yes, so what I'm asking council to consider is that we should be prioritizing businesses that are helping to uplift marginalized communities in our region, specifically those that are disabled, newcomers to this country, because I believe that the startups in this region are the growth of our city. But we have to also look at much more beyond that. We have to look at the people that are vulnerable in our population, because we all have potential. I'm autistic and was diagnosed last year. I used to be homeless. But getting to where I am now and going forward, I can tell you that people like me are also the people that help shape the future. So I just ask that council consider that.
Thanks so much. I have a question for staff based on that, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think we'll just see if there's any other questions of the delegate. Are there any other questions of the delegate? Okay, thank you very much, Tanner.
Thank you, guys.
So I'm not sure if that's a question for Tracy Bell in procurement or possibly Justin as well, because there is the recommendation that's going to WEDAC. But go ahead. Did you want to restate your question to Tracy?
Yeah, thanks through you, Mayor. So we do have social procurement policies. So I'm wondering if you can explain what is in there already that might enable the suggestion from the delegate, and if there's anything further we might be able to add tonight that we'd be permitted to add within the legislation that exists that might sort of strengthen that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yes, as you mentioned, we currently have a social procurement policy that was approved by Council in 2019. This policy speaks to actually what Tanner was asking, in that we are trying to reward suppliers who have a benefit. So we utilize our spending to benefit community, equity-seeking groups. What we have implemented, so 2 of our staff have just completed their certification as social procurement buyers. And we've developed and are incorporating social procurement evaluation criteria through that policy into all of our requests for proposals, requests for pre-qualifications, and points are then given to suppliers who can demonstrate as part of their submission how they meet the goals and objectives of the city under their social procurement policy.
Great, thanks. So it's sort of a little bit more broad, not specific, like what Tanner was suggesting. And it may not be the right time tonight, but maybe if Tanner reached out to us and we wanted to explore this a little bit further, maybe if you wanted to reach out to me, just because I don't think I'm going to put anything forward tonight, but I'd love to explore it further with you. And I'm glad to hear that we're already doing some of the work. Thank you. That's it for me. It's very strange to be talking in front of so many people. We've never had so many people.
Yeah. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Councillor Vasic. And I would just say, as one of the directions here is to request our Economic Development Advisory Committee to look at this as well. So that might be the social procurement piece of it, or for the business side of it, like the delegate was talking, that could be something that could be considered at that committee as well. But I do know that the Accelerator Center, which is one of the partners that we're considering working with on this, they already have some really strong policies around that in place that Ruth Castleman has shared. So that is, at least with that partner, that's something that's very much embedded in the work that they're doing right now as well. Okay, so if there are no further questions, I will ask if anyone has, ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Roach. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, staff, for your work on this program, and we look forward to getting the impact or the input from the Waterloo Economic Development Advisory Committee back on that, particularly on recommendation number 5. Thanks so much. We really appreciate your work. And thank you to the delegate. Okay, we're moving right along to the City of Waterloo Age-Friendly Action Plan 2025-2026. Welcome, Pam and Amy. The floor is yours, Pam.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Yes, I'm Pam Albrecht, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to present the City of Waterloo's age-friendly action plan for 2025 to 2026. And our committee chair, Jenny Flagler-George, is here, and she'll be speaking as part of the presentation as well. Unfortunately, my colleague Amy McCullough is not able to be here tonight, but I do want to acknowledge her work in this very collaborative effort. I also just want to note that we have at least one member of our advisory committee here in the audience with us, and there may be more joining us watching on the live stream. So to better understand the context behind the Age-Friendly Action Plan, it's important to know that the City of Waterloo is a member of the global network of age-friendly cities and communities and has been since 2011. This network is an initiative of the World Health Organization. So being a member of this network means that we're expected to plan for and create local communities and environments that are age-friendly. The global network encourages communities to consider all aspects of life, including physical infrastructure, as well as programs and services. We're expected to involve older adults in our planning and implementation processes, so we need to and we want to include their lived experience in the process. And to help us do all of this, we need an age-friendly action plan to help guide our work. In further understanding the context, I'll note that the city's age-friendly committee shifted from a multi-agency committee to an advisory committee to staff last year in 2024. And this was part of a renewed approach to age-friendly planning at the city. And so that kind of catches us up to where we are today. The Age-Friendly Action Plan that we're presenting to you tonight has been designed as an inventory of initiatives led by staff across departments at the city. And it provides an overview of work that's ongoing or already planned for the next 2 years. And I would say that it also lays the groundwork for a more fulsome action plan, and we'll say a little bit more about that in a few moments. In terms of how it all came together, we connected with over 30 staff in 16 divisions across the organization. And together we identified programs, projects, initiatives, and services, ones that are complete, some that are currently underway or planned, and all of them align with age-friendly principles. Throughout this process, we offered multiple opportunities for review and revision by staff and by the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee. And I'll say that feedback from staff and committee members alike was instrumental in ensuring accuracy and completeness. It also helped ensure that we presented the information in a way that's as clear and understandable as possible. In total, we're pleased to say that there are 34 initiatives identified in the action plan, and we just want to offer a few highlights tonight. The completion of the community pavilion in 2022, and I'll add to that the expansion of the WMRC, was a major accomplishment, and it's created new and accessible spaces in which to serve older adults as well as people of all ages. Very closely connected to that, we've seen growth in our sports, recreation, and leisure programming. We offer a wide variety of opportunities to community members. The Aging Well Waterloo Directory was created in direct response to a recommendation made in 2018, the Age-Friendly Waterloo Evaluation Report that was shared that year. This directory has been very well received by the community, and it's an important communication tool that brings together the many resources and supports that are provided by organizations across the community. The grant provided to Supportive Housing Waterloo Region, or SHOW for short, is part of the Affordable Rental Housing Grant Program, is a great example of how the city can support community-based organizations to help make our community more age-friendly. And finally, the Ride-A-Bus program is an important partnership with Grand River Transit that helps older adults become more comfortable using public transit in Waterloo Region. The action plan also highlights 13 initiatives that staff have planned for over the next 2 years, and I'll offer a few highlights. The facility accessibility design standards will help ensure that our spaces are more accessible for older adults and people with disabilities of all ages. Recognizing that older adults are one of the populations that are more vulnerable in extreme weather, resources are being developed to help them cope in these situations. The expansion of inclusion support services at the city will help support older adults to access and participate in programs. And we're working closely with staff across the organization to ensure that older adults are included in engagement for the projects that they're leading. So for example, the sports rec and leisure strategy that's forthcoming, and engagement in the expansion and redevelopment of parks. So with council's endorsement, staff intend to use the work presented tonight to lay the foundation for a new, more fulsome action plan in 2027 to 2030. This time frame will allow us to align the age-friendly action plan with the next strategic plan, business plan, and budget cycles. And we anticipate that the next plan will be a mix of initiatives. So some will be specific to the age-friendly action plan. Others will reiterate initiatives identified in other strategies and plans. Over the next 2 years, we plan to build relationships with groups and organizations that serve older adults, and we want to focus especially on those that work with equity-denied communities. We will engage the community to identify successes, gaps, and challenges, as well as ideas for possible solutions, and we'll work alongside older adults to co-design initiatives to meet their needs. And at this time, I'll pass it over to Jenny to speak about the committee.
Thank you, Pam. Welcome, Jenny.
Yes.
Thank you for volunteering for this committee.
I'm really excited to be here this afternoon to talk about some of the work that the Age-Friendly Waterloo Advisory Committee has done in contributing to the action plan. The committee is comprised of community members with lived experience, both as older adults or those who bring a deep interest in age-friendly initiatives. We have a lot of long-standing membership, including one founding member, so we bring a wealth of experience to this work. And we've been deeply involved alongside Pam in the review and revision process for the action plan. And this role in the implementation of the plan is also reflected in our revised terms of reference. This action plan is really exciting for us because it will help to inform the committee's own work plan and help us to really hone in on priority areas for the committee's input in a really concrete way. Having specific areas of focus will also help us to really draw in new membership for recruitment, which is the next phase of activity that we'd really like to focus on as well. And looking forward to the next action plan, the committee will again have a role, as Pam said, in developing the next phase of activity through advising on the consultation and engagement strategy itself, including things like framing some of the questions that we would like to have be a part of those engagements, and having presence in the engagement sessions themselves as co-creators in that work.
Thank you very much, Jenny.
So that concludes our presentation, and we'd welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much to you both. Okay, Council, are there questions of the delegates? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor, through you. Thank you so much for the presentation and the update. I really appreciated knowing the major accomplishments that we've made in the current plan. Just curious, we're in 2025 right now. This plan's starting in 2027. So what's happening in between? Is there more consultation that's going to be going on in refining the plan?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hanmer. Yeah, so the plan that you're reviewing tonight is for this year and the next year, and yes, we will be working on that relationship building over the next couple of years with the organizations, so that we'll be in a good spot, I think, to do that engagement, and so yes, that will happen in preparation for 2027.
So this year and next year, the engagement pieces,
Correct.
which is
Yeah.
great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bassick.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I, along with the Mayor, are the council liaisons to the Age Friendly Committee, so we've had a front seat to all the work you've done, which is very extensive, and the dedication of the committee. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for that, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this sort of strategy rolls out, and then how the more formal one happens in the next council term. As you're developing that strategy, one of the things that we've talked about on the committee is very much focused on older adults, which is great, wonderful. And as we move forward, I'm curious if, as you're doing age-friendly work, if that also includes looking across the age spectrum, so an intergenerational approach, which has been getting a lot more attention. So is this the area for that? Is this a jumping-off point for that? How do the two intersect?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vassick. Yes, I think probably yes to all of that. I think when I think about the how the global network that we're a member of, how they frame age-friendly work, they do talk about, yes, the focus might be a lot on older adults, but recognizing that if we plan for the needs of older adults, we're going to address the needs of a wide variety of ages. And so I think it's true that for now we've framed this very much as focusing on the needs of older adults, but some of my work also includes connecting with the region-wide children and youth planning table. So thinking about ages, I connect on that planning work across the age spectrum. And I think we're seeing an increase in some of the opportunities for us to provide multi-generational programming at the city. So that is happening. And we are able to connect as well, potentially with the Youth Advisory Committee at the region. So there are ways to be thinking more multi-generationally, and that is definitely something that is on our radar.
That's great. Thanks. Excited to see how it unfolds.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question a comment first. Just I noted in the report you're using the population of 121,000. We're actually at 160. So I was curious, when if you use the 160 number, what that does to some of the other numbers that you noted in there. But you can take that back. You don't have to do the calculations on the fly. But but our population has really grown in the last 7 or 8 years, and so just wondered if you could maybe talk a little bit about the housing and impact, particularly with seniors and the housing. If there's how through this strategy, like we hear a lot about the needs of the entire range of the entire housing range and people of all ages, but just wondered if you had any insight or would be thinking as part of the strategy, like what kind of information you can come back to council with to, provide some advice or recommendations to us or to, our planning department or generally to developers in our community.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I'm thinking about the housing initiatives that we've explored through this plan, we have connected with staff in the planning department, and I would say they are the ones who will take the lead on that work. And so I'm not in a position to speak in any detail about that at this time, but I think, we've talked about the importance of what our work can do as the age-friendly planners and the liaison to the committee is ensuring that we're getting input and engaging with older adults to get their feedback that then, like you say, we can connect with our colleagues in planning to ensure that those needs are accounted for in their work. So I think that's probably where where we would intersect and be sure that we're thinking about all those needs across the spectrum.
Oh, great, because we hear about that quite a bit. I mean, there's a variety of issues, but particularly with housing, we hear quite a bit about, what kind of housing really are seniors looking for, particularly people who are going from a larger house to they maybe don't want to leave the neighborhood, but they also maybe don't want a smallish condo. So, and we've made a number of official plan amendments. Won't go into all that, but just sort of how they're feeling about it, or what we maybe need to understand as we continue to, work with the development community on housing initiatives. So I guess the other thing I would just encourage through this process is, like I was saying to the Justin McFadden from Economic Development, is just, we are going to be getting a new hospital here, and there's a lot of work to redesign our healthcare system. So any connections you can make with CareNext and just, REN, the new hospital network, I think would be really valuable, because obviously that's a huge part of servicing our local community at whatever age they're at. And our volunteer services. We know particularly we need lots of volunteers at the city, and then with Volunteer Waterloo Region. So, but particularly if you're thinking of seniors, they make great volunteers. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions, Council? No, seeing none, thank you very much. So, really appreciate the work that the committee does, and I will promise to try and make more of the committee meetings. But thank you to Rick, who's here tonight. I know he's a really strong member of the committee, and a past senior of the year. And thank you, Jenny, for your leadership on the group, and thank you as well, Pam. So we'll just look for a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Basak, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know there's some people waiting here who are here probably for the informal public meeting. We are coming to that. We've got, I think, 4 other items to get to. So just wanted to let you know a bit about the timing. Okay, the next item up here is the noise bylaw update. Welcome, Christopher.
Good evening. I don't know if I get it down a little.
It's on. It's on. It's. Or
No, I'm just going to go down a little.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public, and city staff that are here today. My name is Chris Mulhern. I manage the Compliance and Standards Division here, and I'm here to present the final draft update of the noise bylaw. The update used public feedback, affected city staff, and the reviewing included programming and outreach, our READY team, and our BIA. Our goal for this bylaw was to formally update the noise bylaw to reflect FAIR and the new community standards that we see today. An individual who was instrumental in putting this together was Amanda Norris. She couldn't be here today, but through our noise exemption process, she was instrumental in changing and updating that information. Some background, the current bylaw dates back to 2010. It's been amended several times, and since then, community expectations, regulatory standards, and enforcement needs have changed. And our engagement helped us identify 3 issues. First was the enforcement challenges. There was vague language and outdated exemptions that made it difficult for our officers to act. Inaccessible processes through our noise exemption, particularly the $412 for the noise exemption, which was cost prohibitive for grassroots community events that would still require a noise exemption. And then the technical complexity of the bylaw. Many residents said the bylaw was hard to understand or apply to their specific situations. So in response, we clarified the language, introduced a tiered exemption system, and modernized how we communicate and enforce. These changes align with the Municipal Act, provincial codes, and industry best practices. Through our engagement, we reached out through Engage Waterloo with nearly 400 residents responding to the survey. In addition, we held focus conversations both with the BIA, local universities who often go through the exemption process as one of our major users, and again, our internal partners, including the Ready Team, neighborhoods, and arts and creative industries. Industry experts like the engineering firms and that trains our noise enforcement officers also reviewed the bylaw. Key issues raised included loud vehicle noise, inconsistent construction notification, and the need for greater public education on expectations. This update reflects the concerns while aiming to improve the fairness and tools to communicate those standards. There was some key themes that we pulled out of the survey, and the 33% of respondents had responded or had submitted a previous noise complaint, demonstrating this bylaw impacts day-to-day livability. 15% flagged loud vehicles, mostly in the uptown and arterial roads. The roadway vehicle noise is outside our jurisdiction. The bylaw maintains boundaries for noise on private and city-owned lands. 11% also expressed concerns with fireworks, many requesting a full ban, but those concerns were addressed through a separate fireworks bylaw earlier this month, and which we also pulled the information out of the noise bylaw to have a standalone. 7% raised construction noise concerns, again wanting later start times, more notice, and limits on early morning disruptions. We also heard concerns about the needs to the needed updates to exemptions and how they were communicated, with residents requesting, again, earlier cutoff times, especially on weeknights, better public notification, and enforcement on chronic violators. And then these are addressed in the proposed noise exemption changes. Some of our proposed definitions that increase the clarity, we introduce and refine some key definitions. First, city-sanctioned community event and neighborhood event. These distinguish between the grassroots and city-supported activities and private and commercial. Government work is also explicitly exempt, covering emergency infrastructure repairs and mandated projects. This work remains consistent with, this wording remains consistent with other municipalities that reflect the practical needs of the city and the region itself. We also established 4 exemption categories to provide clarity and consistent processing, and this structure allows staff and the public to understand what is regulated, what is permitted, and creating a more usable bylaw. Noise exemptions themselves, for context, from 2018 to 2024, we processed about 15 per year. 30% from the universities, often for multi-day events, 18% from construction, and 17% from private events like wedding and backyard parties. One consistent concern, again, was the high fee and nearly identical to the penalty for violating the bylaw. So often, individuals would have to make a choice whether or not they wanted to pay a fee up front or pay it when the officers got to their door. Obviously, this wasn't a smart idea. To encourage respectful noise behavior and build staff community cooperation, we're proposing the tiered fee and mitigation system. I'm sorry, I've lost my notes here. The new exemption structure would work for mostly in relation to the large project construction. The fee was unchanged, and it must include noise mitigation plan and remain as exempt for 6 months with a possible extension. And any extension granted would have additional restrictions should there be any issues identified with the initial noise exemption or immediately revoked based upon any concerns that were identified and if charges were laid. Applicants must notify the neighbors within 150 meters and 30 days prior to the work taking place. Then we also look to the general events. The fee is reduced and requires a noise mitigation plan, and it's used if events don't fall within another category, so it's a catch-all. And then residential events and neighborhood events, the fee was reduced to $75. And then also, based upon the neighborhood events initiative, there's no cost for those grassroots community that have a neighborhood events working team. These changes ensure proportionality. High-impact activities carry more responsibility. So while community events are made accessible, and we also gain better visibility into events before they happen, improving education and communication with affected residents and businesses. So what this means for residents, the hope is there will be a practical and possible simpler rules and definitions make the bylaw a little easier to understand, more realistic enforcement expectation to align the public perception to what is enforceable. And we expect the updated noise exemption to set an easier and more accessible method for event organizers and added communication through the website for noise exemptions themselves. And then there's a clearer pathway for complaints and education tools, including online guides and social media updates that will support greater communication. Those online guides already exist, but again, can be used by the public to understand how to navigate and mitigate issues. We're looking at this bylaw as not only enforceable, but it's a useful tool for Waterloo residents. So in closing, the bylaw itself reflects collective efforts between city staff, community, and enforcement professionals. We aim that the balanced update prioritizes transparency, accessibility, and appreciate the council's consideration as we look forward to implementing these updates to the noise bylaw. And I open questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Council, are there any questions of Christopher? Councillor Freeman.
Yeah, I had some questions with regard to the construction noise and mitigation plan. So in other municipalities, having a construction noise mitigation plan is typically part of getting a construction permit that I would think is approved through our engineering department. I'm not sure. And so is this in addition to that, or who actually peer reviews these plans to determine whether or not noise will be appropriately mitigated?
Thank you for that question. Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Freeman. Those would be outside of any mitigation plan that they would have submitted for their development application. So if the developer is looking for noise beyond the 7 p.m. Cutoff, they would be able to use an exemption to get that type of plan in place to allow an exemption after 7 p.m. to typically up to 11 p.m. for that type of noise if it wasn't previously submitted through the normal channels.
Okay, I mean, I guess my question relates to the fact that noise and I'm going to say vibration because I don't see vibration in here. Noise and vibration mitigation is typically a requirement of construction activity that happens within a municipal boundary. So, so the question becomes, is this in addition to all of those other requirements? And I hear what you're saying in terms of it being outside the regular working hours. It would seem to me that the plan should be similar or more stringent if it's between 7 and 11 at night. So maybe I'm just trying to understand that relationship between bylaw and our engineering team.
Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Freeman. I can take that back in relation to any of those the points that you brought up. One of the things I'm glad you identified was our removal of the vibration. We don't have any way of connecting noise and vibration together with our current bylaw. It goes outside of that scope, which we learned through the process of updating this. So it was one of those industry professional pieces that was able to really steer us in the right direction by way of vibration. So that's one of the reasons we removed that. But I can take back your information in relation to how it works with the development engineering and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Councillor Freeman, if Commissioner Ormson wanted to weigh in on that.
Yeah, certainly, Mayor McCabe, through you to Councillor Freeman. Councillor Freeman, it's a good point. We do have construction staging plans that are looked at during the site plan review stage of the approval process. Some larger Canadian municipalities, as you point out, have very detailed construction mitigation plans for noise and vibration, dust, and other nuisances. We typically rely on the bylaw itself, and the expectation is unless there's any real sensitive receptors or uses near a construction site, that they would be, the constructor would be obligated to live up to the requirements of the bylaw during, let's call it, daytime hours. And certainly anything beyond 7 p.m. Or on Sundays would require permitting through the city's MES team. With regards to vibration, we do routinely encourage developers and contractors to conduct pre-construction vibration surveys. They typically do as a matter of course to stem off liability that they would have from claims that would come from adjacent sites after construction is complete. So the vibration piece is one that we generally get very good voluntary compliance on. But as Chris said, I can take this back to Mr. Reyes and the engineering team and see how we might revisit options for more robust construction noise programs.
Yeah, I'm just going to raise a warning flag on that. I mean, if we're doing work between 7 p.m. and 11 at night, even compacting layers within a foundation installation could, in the winter in particular, the vibration could translate quite a long distance. So if there's nowhere to capture that, I'm not looking to make a change tonight. I'm not going to reinvent the bylaw from the council seat. That's not what I'm looking to do here, but it is a concern that I'm just going to raise a flag on because we need some kind of tool. I've literally seen people's china cabinets fall over within 2 blocks of a compactor operating with a vibrator turned on. So, okay. So that was the one question. The second question that I had is with regard to, I understood that the previous bylaw had some gap in some times around noise within neighborhoods and residential neighborhoods. Did we close that gap?
Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Freeman. Councillor, could you be a little more specific in relation to the gap?
So my understanding is that there is maybe a gap between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night with regard to whether or not noise is regulated in that time within the municipality. And so I just want to make sure I understand, like, noise can be generated. Let's say, my children have their friends over, they're sitting in the backyard, they've turned on some loudspeakers. Are they allowed to listen to their music until 7 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night?
Right, we have identified that gap. Now, thank you very much for bringing that up. That gap was actually as a result of not having the correct information on the website. So we've corrected that gap, and it reflects it within the bylaw itself. The schedule in the bylaw goes over through a number of permitted hours. So the hour doesn't identify 11 p.m. as a cutoff, but it gives a general benefit to the officer when using their discretion. So it basically allows the officer to indicate whether a reasonable person playing that noise at that time would be accepted. It's not a hard and fast rule at 11, if that makes sense.
All right, I think that covers the questions. I think you're familiar with the questions that have been raised in my ward. I just want to make sure that we've addressed them in this bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Any other questions from council? Just a question for me. I just want to make sure that, or ask if this is captured in the construction event, because I think it was about a year approximately ago, there was a gentleman here who delegated to council because there was construction. There was a house that was being built by the person who owned the house was constructing the building himself, and there was nothing in the bylaw, if I'm remembering this correctly, there was nothing in the bylaw that said that an individual building their own house didn't have to align with the times that are outlined here. Like if the person had hired a contractor, they would have to abide by this 7 a.m. to to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., but this person, because they were doing it on their own, there was nothing to say they couldn't do it on Sundays, they couldn't construct at 10 o'clock at night or 6 in the morning, et cetera. I see some heads nodding around here, so I think I've got that right. So I'm just curious and hoping also that, like, is there something in this in this bylaw, that update, that has captured that?
Madam Mayor, I do have that.
Okay, thank
residential
you.
renovations are permitted, as you've indicated, beyond the 7 p.m., but it's from 7 to 9 p.m. for anyone who's creating that renovation. And we've updated the definition of what that would mean, what it means to be doing residential renovations. Again, it goes back to providing that extra clarity. So again, it is 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. That is permitted if you are doing the work yourself. If you're hiring a contractor, they would have to abide by the 7 p.m. cutoff.
Okay, and does it include weekends, like limits it so it's not Saturday, Sunday?
I'm just going to review that.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to make, okay.
It does permit it on weekends, and I think one of our issues was that if we don't permit residential renovations to take place, we are restricting those homeowners to a very limited window, and we are not receiving a lot of complaints in relation to residential renovations. However, it might be one or two off that take advantage of the timing, but the officers are very quick to respond to those and educate the homeowner. Typically, residential renovations are not taking place on Sundays, but if they were, we would work with the homeowner to ensure that they are respectful of their neighbors and the boundaries.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's the case, although I do recall that this individual, like there was the person who was doing the construction did not listen to bylaw, did not listen to the neighborhood, like they continued to construct and renovate at all hours of the day and night and weekends. So, so I guess I'm just curious if this is going to be strong enough to address, and maybe it was a one-off, but this had gone on for, if I recall, I think it was in your ward, Councillor Rowe, it went on for well over a year or two, wasn't it? I just want to make sure that if we're updating this, that we capture things like that. Oh, Acting Commissioner Nicole Papke wants to weigh in.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I believe one of the issues with that piece was whether there was a building permit required in that particular instance. So that is a little bit of a gap, but it is that balance between allowing somebody to do renovation on their home, and there wasn't a building permit required in that case, is my understanding. There was just some work happening. If you recall that particular,
If I can add.
Sir Rowe wanted to add
So
something.
sorry. I know, this is just a point of clarification that I believe the home was being rebuilt from the original foundation. And so I think this was the conversation between renovation and actual building. So it sort of, it's a gray area, and I know, Chris, what you're saying about it just being perhaps a one here and a one there, but just for that particular instance that the mayor was referring to, I think the whole thing was a bit gray in terms of building permit 2 for a shed and a permit for the deck, and then something separate for the house. So it was quite an active location.
And it was, I don't think it was successfully resolved, and it caused a great deal of
It's over
annoyance and
now.
frustration
It's over
within
now,
that
but it took a
neighborhood.
year, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just curious if this bylaw update will capture being able to deal with a situation like that.
I can answer that question now, Madam Mayor. The residential renovation definition also is clearly updated in this, so it will it took on that does not require a building permit. So that situation itself would have been dealt with much differently had this definition been in place.
Much appreciated, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's worth the update just in and of it, or the bylaw update in and of itself. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Overall, I just want to say that I'm really encouraged by the clarification in this bylaw. Uptown is a very noisy place, and I think it does really provide a much more streamlined approach and a very reasonable approach to that level of noise. I do want to just briefly address the loud cars. Because I think there have been some interesting developments in Canada more broadly that we should be paying attention. And so I would just ask staff to maybe keep an eye on these developments, and maybe we can look at windows of opportunity to liaise with the region of Waterloo on it. Union of British Columbia Municipalities put forth a resolution regarding noise cameras. And so that's one to watch for sure. That was just last fall 2024. And the other one is Calgary has been going through a pilot program on noise cameras. And we may be interested in looking at what has come out of that. It would obviously need to be something that we liaise with the region of Waterloo on, because it does affect regional roads and it is a responsibility under the Highway Traffic Act. So obviously it's out of our purview, but it's something we could coordinate on. Thanks.
Oh, okay, okay, just before you respond, we'll get you to repeat that question, Councillor Wright. The system just needs to reset. Something just happened here. Yeah, I don't know what happened. So it's not recording, we're not recording right now. So we want to make sure our listening public on YouTube is going to be able to hear your fantastic answer, Christopher. So we're just going to hold that for a minute.
Okay, did you want me to repeat the?
Is it back up? Yep, we're good to go. Okay.
Okay, so my comment was really about initiatives that are taking place across Canada that address the noisy car issue. So one to watch is the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, which put forth, that's equivalent to our Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which the mayor is a representative on their board. They endorsed a resolution asking the province to adopt a pilot project on noise cameras for British Columbia. And then additionally, Calgary has a pilot project. I know Edmonton has had one previously too, Toronto has, but it would be probably worth our while to just touch base with some of those cities as they get their data, and to coordinate more broadly with the region of Waterloo, knowing that this is covered under the Highway Traffic Act, that we would need to coordinate with Waterloo Region Police Services, but it would probably help us to be on top of that. So just asking staff to watch that closely.
Thank you. I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, Christopher.
Absolutely. Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Wright. There is good news. WRPS are stepping up enforcement efforts in relation to loud exhaust and vehicle defects in the region. We just saw that. So that aligns perfectly with these concerns. And also, we will be taking that back in relation to some of our conversations we have with our partners and our partner municipalities, including London, Mississauga, Toronto, and to lobby the province in relation to some of these initiatives that we're seeing good positive outcomes on the West Coast. I can't say if it's going to be an outcome here, but it is something we are definitely in conversation with our area municipalities on.
Yeah, that's good news. And Uptown can get noisy, but there's also, I mean, I think everyone around the Horseshoe could name a few streets that get noisy, where people are racing, and you can hear it, particularly now that the nicer weather is upon us. So it's hopefully something that between police and bylaw can be addressed, because it really is an annoyance in various communities. Any other questions or comments? I just wanted to double check that with this then, is this, if we approve this tonight, are we also approving a noise exemption for the BIA? Is that included tonight?
That's within, that's within the bylaw.
Within this, okay. Just wanted to double check that. All right, so I'm looking for, thank you very much, Christopher.
Delegation.
Appreciate the information. We have a delegate tonight, Tom Bartleman. Welcome, Tom. And you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honor and members of council. Actually, I'm going to deviate a little because something you raised. When I was reading the bylaw, and this happened when you were asking about construction and vibration. I'm pulling this right off the top of my head. When I read the definition of sound, I laughed because I didn't see the word air, and I believe it said oscillations through a medium, which might include vibrations. Okay. I basically have I want to add that, yeah, vehicle noise, just call the right place. Like, you can go right online. If you've got the description of the car and the license plate, call the right place. In the report, people complained about needing higher fines. I don't actually see a dollar figure for a minimum. So maybe that's what's leading people. Like, theoretically, you could just fine somebody $10 and then you've fulfilled your part, but that's not a happy outcome for the person complaining. I have comments later, but I'm not the only one suggesting stricter enforcement. I've had to deal with Mr. Mulhern, who's been a great resource, polite, respectful, professional, and this is just an example of, I want to walk you through what this actually means in respect to businesses and the way businesses operate and what they are emboldened to do. So instead of paying a security guard to be on site, $17 an hour for 12 hours a night, it seems to be a mechanism just put up maybe motion sensors and an automatic blaring alarm that wakes everybody up in the neighborhood. So there's an email I had sent to Mr. Mulhern, and in it, I wasn't the only one that heard that, and it happened multiple times in an evening. It eventually stopped, so that's good. I've got a bit of a walk here to tie this into the bylaw, but I do realize, and people who work for the city will know this, property standards and noise are separate kingdoms, but I will tie this in. So in 522, it's pretty clear, pretty well written that, if you have a property, your lights should not shine off of your property. So this is what I have to look at. This is what I complained about for about 8 months until I could get someone to understand that this was a problem. It happened almost daily. So one of the feedback I got from that section was, you need to articulate the shadow. I shouldn't be looking at it 11, 10, 12, midnight, 3 in the morning. And also another point it was arguing about was shadows from the crane. I believe the property bylaw is well enough written that if you've got a light up on a crane, it should not shine off of the property. End of story. And sometimes the lights would go off. I will admit that, but sometimes they wouldn't. So again, and that would happen on every floor, so that wasn't a one-off. And it also happened when they were constructing the interior walls. They would just throw up a light on the wall, leave it going. So what can you actually do about this? Well, I think you have a mechanism in the exemption. Maybe you should be a little tighter about giving exemptions and making businesses adhere to all the bylaws, not just the noise bylaw, and pull the exemption if all of the bylaws of the city of Waterloo are not adhered to. So there's what you're voting on tonight. Easy peasy. Take, push C down, call it D, and then put in something like whether the applicant has complied with all the terms and conditions of all other bylaws administered by the City of Waterloo. Then, the exemption, section 10, you take H, I, J, and K and move them down and insert a new H. Wording like the applicant understands and agrees to be compliant with all bylaws administered by the City of Waterloo. This would strengthen the wording in the old J that a breach by the applicant of any of the terms of the conditions of the exemption shall render the exemption null and void. So, 3 weeks ago was the fireworks vote. And in it, there was multiple discussions about enforcement. So maybe we could just, Councillor Wright, as you can see, enforce some of the rules around fireworks. Well, just take out the word fireworks and put in noise. And also, even the councillors that voted not with the majority expressed a clear thought that more enforcement was needed. As outlined in the Engage WR survey, perhaps one of the reasons that residents believe that, quote, higher fines for noise violations, unquote, is needed is because enforcement is lacking and businesses are given too many chances. The standard operating procedure of business is, quote, do what you want until you get caught. A lack of enforcement emboldens this. Kitchener noise bylaw. I just want to make sure something is said, just in case this comes up in a 5 or 10 year review. The construction businesses wanted to start at 3 or 4 in the morning. I guess they felt good about trying that Hail Mary and getting that touchdown on the first down. And they wanted to start at 3 or 4 in the morning because they provided 2 reasons. It was hard for their employees to slog through rush hour traffic to get to the construction site, and 2, it was hard for the trucks with supplies or cement trucks to navigate small residential roads at 7 a.m. So, this requires an explanation between the difference between needs and wants, a lesson you undoubtedly have tried to teach your children. So, when construction industry says they need to start at 3 in the morning, then as per this photo, when they all leave by 2 p.m. on a Friday, that site is usually 100% full of cars at 8 a.m., but guess they're getting out early to get to their cottage, and they're gone by 2 o'clock on a Friday, so they don't need it. And that's it. 100 seconds to go. Any questions?
Thank you for being mindful of the time, Mr. Bartlett. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from staff of the delegate? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a typo, so I'm not sure what you're going to do about that.
Well, I don't know if anyone noticed it, so, but, okay, thanks very much. So there is the, we've heard from the delegate, we've heard from staff, there are the 3 recommendations for looking for a mover and seconder, unless staff have any other questions, or sorry, unless council has any other questions of staff. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I do think it's kind of an interesting point that the delegate made in terms of, there's a series of things that get put in place. So in the case of a noise exception, if what I thought I understood was that between 7 and 11 at night, you'd still want to see a mitigation plan, for example. And if a mitigation plan is submitted and it's either A, not adhered to, or is completely inadequate, it would seem to me that we should be able to withdraw the permission until such time that happens. Because, the question becomes, if you've got a bad actor that's not woefully not even attempting to adhere to the bylaw, but just are like, well, we've got to get this work done, so I'd rather pay the fine or something. Is that something that needs to change in the bylaw, or do you actually have the tools to deal with that kind of bad actor? The suggestion was to make a change to the wording, and so I'm trying to understand that.
Thanks. We'll look to either of you sitting there, or perhaps Nicole.
Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Freeman. We have had a number of bad actors, and with the strength of the bylaw, including the AMPS provisions within the bylaw, we have increased our ability to continue to enforce on those bad actors. The minimum fine for our noise bylaw is $400, just so that's clear to council, and subsequent offenses would be $800, so a doubling of that. Any bad actor that has a noise exemption, we can also pull that exemption and issue an order to discontinue activity, so they can no longer operate outside of the permitted times. And if they fail to do so, charges can be issued on those orders as well. So it's for each offense. So if it's a daily offense, we've had situations where we've issued daily charges of $800 per, and then also with that order to discontinue activity, it becomes very cost prohibitive for developers to continue down that road.
And I just had one more question. It's with regard to do you have to be present, does someone from bylaw have to be present to confirm that the noise has occurred? And I know that there's a situation in my ward with a restaurant that decides to power wash its premises at 3 in the morning. And sometimes we don't get out there fast enough before the pressure washing is done, but they have effectively awoken everyone on the court. So how does that work? Is it a situation where you literally have to be present to confirm the noise happened?
Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Freeman, no, we don't have to be on site. We could take a witness statement to develop that evidence, and typically, if it is a one-off situation, it would be harder for that evidence to take shape, but it sounds to me that it is an ongoing situation, and we can use that. Add that information and that statement to produce a charge, and then part of our AMPS process allows for that screening to take place, and the hearings officer can make that determination whether or not the evidence is sufficient to warrant that charge to be upheld.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Freeman's questions, because the delegate had examples of where light pollution was occurring at I think 11 o'clock or midnight. So how does the bylaw work in a case like that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor McCabe. So when we receive complaints about light trespassing, typically an officer has to go out at night and observe that light. It's really hard to make accurate assessments of light trespassing through photographs. Cameras often pick up light differently, so usually an officer would go out and do an assessment and then take appropriate steps from there.
Okay. Okay. All right. So then the other question that the delegate asked is, why are there no minimum fines set? Could you just explain that?
Through you, Mayor McCabe, there is no minimum fine set, as it's at a $400 fine amount. It's not less than if you're charged for a noise violation. The screenings officer and then the hearings officer can make a reduction should they choose, but it's set at $400.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So there is a minimum fine. Councillor Rowe.
Oh, thank you, through you, Mayor. You actually asked my question about light, so we're covered. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so if there are no other questions, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for this report. Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Freeman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are moving on to the 2024 Museum Review of Operations. Karen Vanderbrink is with us tonight, and she has a presentation. Welcome, Karen.
Good evening, Mayor McCabe and members of council and everyone visiting here in the gallery. As we gather during May, May is Museum Month in Ontario, so that's why I always try to bring you the 2024 highlights in this particular case. During the month of May, just to highlight that, as it is a fitting time to celebrate the vital role that museums play in preserving stories, sparking curiosity, and connecting communities. In 2024, the City of Waterloo Museum continued to grow as a vibrant part of our community, offering exhibitions, programs, and partnerships that reflected the diverse voices and histories of our city. Today's presentation is an opportunity to reflect on the year's achievements, the people who made them possible, and the meaningful impact of museum work in our community. We've made meaningful progress towards our strategic goals with the museum's 10-year strategic plan on track to be largely completed by year-end. Looking ahead, we're focusing on future needs, particularly improving storage capacity, consolidating the collection, and planning for a potential permanent location. In our exhibitions, we engage broad audiences through creative and inclusive storytelling. Waterloo from Above combined historical maps with a community-built Lego connection to our past and present. And at the Log Cabin in Waterloo Park, the Levi Carroll exhibit highlighted the underrepresented histories, while the new Wampum Belt display, there we go, at City Hall enriches our civic understanding as part of our ongoing journey towards truth and reconciliation. Our outreach continues to grow, blending tradition with innovation from the, there we go, knitted community poppy display to mobile walking tours and festivals. We connected with the residents in meaningful ways across the generations. Equity and inclusion remain priorities. This year, we supported diverse voices through storytelling, accessible exhibits, and community-curated displays. We were proud to launch our new community case in the museum's vestibule this year with Spectrum as our inaugural partner. We also introduced a new accessibility page on our website, giving visitors clear information about the supports and features available when exploring our exhibitions. In collaboration with historian Peggy Plett, we were proud to co-curate a powerful exhibit on Black presence in Waterloo region. This exhibit was featured as part of the Scarborough Charter event hosted here in Waterloo, highlighting the important local history and voices. The Sports Parade of History project, in conjunction with the City of Kitchener and Neighborhoods and Sports, made great strides this year, gathering research and policy groundwork, and funding from the Kitchener Sports Association allowed us to continue phase 2 of the project, setting the stage for a future KW Digital Hall of Fame. The many binders documenting the sports parade of histories in both the Odd and in the Waterloo Memorial Rec Complex were finally found after many months of searching in basements and closets of past members with the Civitan group, and were now found and ready for digitization. We continue to diversify and safeguard our collection, welcoming new stories and enhancing stewardship through re-inventory and our emergency planning. And there's some of the items that we received in 2024. Digital engagement is growing. We launched new online exhibits and made the website more accessible and informative for all visitors. Grants and volunteers remain essential to our success. Their support helps us extend our reach and deliver quality programs. Whoops. Hang on a minute, there we go. Volunteers are at the heart of what we do. They support our work in so many ways, both behind the scenes and directly with the public. Behind the scenes, they help with the collections care and research. Their quiet dedication keeps our operations running smoothly. On the front lines, visitors bring our stories to life. They help deliver programs, welcome visitors, and support events, making our work more accessible, engaging, and personal. They are our storytellers, ambassadors, and allies in preserving and sharing our heritage. Simply put, we couldn't do this without them. Their time and talent and passion help us extend our reach and deepen our impact across the community. So thanks to Council, interdepartmental colleagues, partners, and community members for your ongoing support. The museum is proud to help tell Waterloo's evolving story, and we're excited for what's ahead. Together, we are advancing our stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Fantastic overview of the many, many things that you've done this year. You deliver a tremendous amount of programming and services throughout the year. Just looking to Council for any questions. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I have had the great pleasure of checking out these exhibits when you're at Conestoga Mall. It's a quick little detour as you're coming out the side entrance by the food court. And it has been quite an amazing experience to see how some of those exhibits have come together, especially the Lego recreations of Waterloo landmarks. Particularly love that. The aerial views of Waterloo and how it's changed over the years, and definitely the stories that Peggy Plett was able to bring forth are real highlights for me. In your report, you talk about one of the constraints for the museum being staffing, that you're really at capacity. And I wonder if you could just share a little bit about how you're managing that at a time when we're still a ways out from another 3-year budget. We'll have another 1-year budget in 2027. So just if you could just share a little bit of your strategy for now and what you think might come down the pipeline, maybe in terms of federal government funding programs that might help.
Certainly, through the Mayor to Councillor Wright. We do rely on government grants for our, especially for our seasonal staffing. Unfortunately, this year, we, for the first time, were not successful. So we've had to really dig deep in our operational budgets within our division to be able to support having one student this summer. So it seems to be, for whatever reason, this year was a bit of a tough, just surveying colleagues, that it was a bit of a tough year for grants. So I don't know if the federal election had also played into that, how they were distributing funding this year. But that was very much unexpected. So we have had to kind of really step back with our work plan and see what we're able to accomplish, especially because the summer is our busiest time. People want to see us out, and we want to be out doing the outreach and participating and taking part in the community. So that's one of the areas that that we're really at capacity with, because we do have so many requests, and unfortunately our dance card is full, and we're having to turn away requests.
Thank you for that, Karen. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Wright?
No, I just think it was important for us to all hear that because it is a real constraint for the museum at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions from anyone? Quick question for me. Your report referenced that this year we're celebrating the 50th year of the Canadian Caribbean Association of Waterloo Region. I'm just wondering, is that an exhibit for the fall, or can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So they will be our next featured group in our vestibule. So when I mentioned Spectrum was our inaugural, so we'll be having a little more robust one, and that will be going in the summertime in conjunction with our next exhibit that will be opening in July, the beginning of July.
Oh.
So we're going to we'll be closing our current one on June 13th, and then we'll do the changeover, and that will be part of the changeover.
Okay, great. Yeah, it was good news recently that we're acquiring UW's collection as well. I don't know if you wanted to just give an overview of that while you're here.
Certainly. So when the Seagram Museum that was on the corner of Caroline and Herb, some of you who are not longtime residents here, there was an actual Seagram distillery, and it at one point turned into a museum. And when the museum closed, the collection was dispersed to many different organizations and institutions. And so the City of Waterloo made a pitch to get the collection that dealt with the local distillery. And then the University of Waterloo, at that time, they received a good portion of the local archives. So there were items related to the Seagram family, to the Seagram Museum operations, and then to the distillery. But they were meant to be together. And at that time, we did not exist. The collection was up at the Canadian Clay and Glass Gallery, and there was just one individual managing it, and there was an opportunity, we didn't have an opportunity to display it. So now that we've been around for a while and we've matured and grown, I asked the university if there would be an interest in having a discussion about transferring those objects back to, or not back to us, over to us, now that it complements our collection more, and it will allow us to have a much more robust storytelling of the Seagram legacy in Waterloo. And they were very open and receptive to it, so they thought that made sense too. So that's how we came to, in April, have that transfer.
Thanks for sharing that. It really is a good news story, and although I know you're bursting at the seams where you are, so.
Well, we've got space for it.
Okay.
We did the math before we accepted it.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you very much, Karen. Really appreciate the work that you and your staff do, and continuing to keep Waterloo's history alive and to share stories that traditionally haven't been told. So thanks very much for that important work. So we have two recommendations here. Council looking for a mover, moved by Councillor Rowe, and a seconder, seconded by Councillor Roach. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. So we're now on to the Service Center Facility Expansion Project at 146 Dearborn Place. It's a project update and funding transfer. So welcome Michael Kubler. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I'll just start and provide a short summary on the Dearborn property and project. The Dearborn project is located adjacent to the South Service Center entrance at 146 Dearborn Place, and it was purchased in March of 2024, last year. The building was originally constructed in 1985 and consisted of an open warehouse space and front partitioned office area. In the fall of last year, the FDMS group spent the minimal remaining funding that was left over from the purchase to ensure the rear storage space was ready for use by the building maintenance group and to retain consulting services. The intent of the Dearborn project is to address immediate service center space deficiencies by consolidating facility design and management services staff from several buildings to allow shop and touchdown spaces at the existing service center for sewer and utility services, as well as the parks and forestry teams. While the Dearborn building overall was in fair condition given its age upon purchase. The intent with the proposed renovations is to make the space suitable for the needs of the groups being moved into the new facility and upgrade the 40-year-old building to meet current codes, standards, and taking into consideration accessibility and greenhouse gas policies that the city have. With the renovations, the front office area will provide appropriate facilities for the staff working there and include flexible open office areas as well as accessible training and large meeting space. With the approval of the recommended funding transfer, staff are prepared to proceed with a request for tender for the interior renovations. And thank you, and we're happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Councillor Bodley.
Councillor Royce is fine.
Councillor Bodley, sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McCabe. So you touched on the funding piece. Obviously, there's a significant funding transfer coming from the West Side Satellite Operations Center, $2 million, which was intended to build a sort of smaller facility on the West End. When I look at the reports, I think the recommendations are sound and they make sense, and I'm fully supportive of the project at Dearborn and understand that we have some funding pressures, and we're trying to find a place for us to move this ahead. At the same time, I believe it was back in 2019, KPMG conducted a winter control modernization and optimization report, and it highlighted the need for this West Side Satellite Operations Center for service delivery, not necessarily from an efficiency perspective, but from reducing travel times out to the West End, and like I say, increasing service delivery on the West End for snow clearing, particularly when it comes to small vehicles as well too. And so, like I say, I'm happy to support this, but I'm hoping that maybe you might be able to speak a little bit to how we are going to tackle those service improvements on the West End when it comes to snow clearing in particular, small vehicles in particular, over the short term and also over the long term.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley. So just for a little bit of background on the West Side Mini Operations Center first, and then I'll look to Robin here to layer in on the snow clearing piece. But we have completed a feasibility study for the West Side Service Center project. And to your point, there is a need, primarily being driven from the slower moving equipment that has to leave from the main site to get over to the West Side to conduct business. And so, although there is that need, the costing that came back for that project far exceeds the available budget. So, for example, the consulting work had estimated somewhere around $17.5 million for the facility versus there's only about $4.6 million of funding in this project. And so, certainly there still is that need, but we're not in a position to move that work forward right now based on the funding anyways. And so what we are doing is looking to rescope and rebudget that work through the ongoing DC bylaw review that's happening right now. So we still do want to pursue that project, but in the short term, in the immediate term, there is an opportunity to invest that $2 million in Dearborn, which will actually address some of the items that were highlighted in that West Side feasibility study as needs for the city. So just wanted to provide that context, and then I'll look to Robin maybe to address your questions around the snow clearing piece.
Sure, through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Bodley. So I think one of the things that we've hopefully addressed is with the trackless, the sidewalk plows. So we have 12 winter clearing zones throughout the city, and this is the first year that we came through that we now have 12 trackless units to serve each individual zone. So we're no longer sharing zones amongst trackless units. So there's some efficiency there. So it means, for every shift, there's a unit that's going out and dedicated to a zone. I think we saw some efficiencies this year with that. This was the first year that we were able to deliver that model. The second piece, as a short-term solution, is we're exploring options. We have a small service center at Waterloo Park. It currently serves generally the parks within the city and services the core. We're going to look at some efficiencies in that area and maybe some expansion of the yard itself that can service the core more efficiently, but also service the west side more efficiently. So that really should cut down about half the travel time from you know, the property, the service center on the east side of the city now to the west side. So it's, you know, hoping that you know, through existing budget, we can do some small improvements there.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Councillor Bodley did ask most of my questions, but I do want to just reinforce, being on the west side and a west side councillor, this is something that we have been looking for, more support. The population has expanded from the city on that side, so while I appreciate we're bursting at the seams in Dearborn and we do need to make those changes, I think the suggestion, Robin, that you've made of looking at sort of midtown options that may help reduce some of the travel time for our staff in the winter months, and the snow clearing certainly did help with the extra trackless units that we had this year. I strongly encourage that we continue to have the West Side Satellite Operations Center in our budget as we go forward, and should granting opportunities become available, that we still consider that spot, because there still is a lot more building that's happening on the west side of the city, and we are going to need the resources there in the winter months. So thank you for the work you've done so far.
Thank you. Just following along on that line of questioning, I'm curious if you could just give us an update, because I know there's been some discussions with the region with some of the changes that are happening out around the landfill area. Just wondering if there's anything you could share tonight around how those talks are progressing.
Yeah, to you, Mayor, so really nothing official to speak of on that front, but I think certainly at a staff level, you know, we're hearing through our channels that it's not just the city of Waterloo that would benefit from like a west side salt dome, for example, that, you know, potentially the region, potentially some of the townships may also benefit from that type of a facility. And so, you know, at a staff level, there's conversations around, you know, can we partner with those other you know, entities to try to build sort of one common facility. But I think those are very preliminary at this point and really nothing concrete. But I think it makes sense just from an efficiency standpoint to see if we could all leverage that type of a facility. How that looks, where that is, I think is still to be determined, if at all, if there's interest from those other parties still.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that update. But as the two councillors here just said, improving some servicing on the west side does remain a priority, as important as this project at 146 Dearborn is. So, unless anyone has any other questions for staff, I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Roach. All in favor? That is carried. Thanks very much, Michael, and staff for your work on that. Next up is the heritage designation and notice of withdrawal. Dominic Simpson is here with a few recommendations. Council looking to see if anyone has any questions for staff. Go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you so much, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Dominic, for the report. I'm wondering if you can just give me a brief overview of what the basis criteria is for OLT for the Ontario Land Tribunal appeals. Should a designated building, for example, if we approved, if they wish to appeal, what are the grounds for that?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe. I would need to take that back and look into the specifics, but from what I understand, the primary reasons for the OLT hearing an appeal on the matter of heritage designation would be based on whether the appellant felt that the designation didn't have heritage value or didn't meet the provincial criteria for determining heritage designation. That's my understanding. But the OLT could hear matters for other reasons potentially.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't get in touch with you in advance on that one.
All good.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. You got another question? Okay.
Yes, I just wanted a quick question about the notice of intention to designate that we're withdrawing on 3 properties. And I just wondered if you could speak, just for people who are listening, about what that means in terms of future designation, like that the removal at this time isn't necessarily the end of the road for those properties?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, yeah, that's correct. The intent of this report today is, well, two things: to designate those 2 properties, but also to withdraw the notice of intention to designate for those 3 properties. And that is basically where that ends. Is it's just our withdrawal of our intention to designate at this time, but it doesn't preclude us from attempting to designate those properties again in the future. Really, this is just, we went through the process of attempting to designate those 3 properties. We received objections from those property owners, and at that point, we are in a position of deciding whether we accept those objections and withdraw our intention to designate, or dismiss those objections and proceed with designation anyway. And so in this instance, staff felt it was appropriate to withdraw those 3 properties at this time.
And then if I can add just a little bit to that, so in the future, though, those properties can come up again.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Just a question from me, more request if you could comment on, we've heard from a few different business owners that, that there's some concern around this and that they're looking for communication, particularly in the uptown area. I'm just wondering if you could share how many outreach, like meetings, or how the engagement has proceeded with that.
Yeah, excellent question. Thank you. So we've been engaging with property owners since last summer. It first started with letters to property owners directly. We've also engaged the BIA to get in touch with some of those property owners because there was a number of reach out to owners that was unresponsive. We didn't hear anything back from them. So there is still opportunities to connect with those owners, but we've also used the Engage Waterloo platform to connect with the public more broadly. And so where we were able to effectively reach owners or landlords, we did have meetings with those property owners and walk them through the process to keep them informed of what we were proposing. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, I guess all we can do is let people know that these engagement opportunities are occurring and that you're trying your best to reach them. And on the other side, it's for them to engage with you and staff at the city in order while we're going through this. So hopefully those business owners who you haven't heard from, or property owners who you haven't heard from, will connect, because this is an important process to go through. Councillor Wright, question from Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So in the report, it refers to 4 main objections through that notice of intent to designate. Increased costs, loss of autonomy or flexibility these are perceived issues. The timing of repair work and potentially the implications for insurance and existing stewardship, that they may have already made investments in the heritage of their building. None of these things actually relate directly to the merit of a heritage designation. And so I'm wondering, as we head into the fall, whether there's a plan to, during the outreach, to address these objections along with the incentives that you're currently researching.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Wright. Yeah, it's definitely something we're considering, given that, yes, as you pointed out, those objections aren't necessarily related to the heritage value. I think in a lot of our communications, the objectors agree that there's heritage value in these buildings, but they don't want to have the heritage designation for those variety of reasons. So it's kind of a balance of education, but also at the end of the day, sometimes people just don't want this anyway. So it's about striking that balance of where the city wants to land with some of these landmarks that really are in the public's interest to be protected, and ownership can change over time. So it's really about looking at some of those strategic properties if the city is willing to pursue those properties for heritage designation despite the support from the owners. So for these three properties, we felt it was appropriate to let them go at this time, but as I mentioned to Councilor Rowe, we can look at them again in the future.
Just as a follow-up, do you think that an incentive package would help to counter any of these objections?
I think it would, and as you're probably aware, it's a program that we're looking into. So it's yet to be seen what the appetite is about that from property owners, but I do believe it would bring on a few of them, yes.
Will we be doing outreach to actually confirm that with property owners?
Well, through the financial incentive program, yeah, we would be broadcasting that to our engaged platforms and reaching out to owners to keep them informed about the process and whether they want to join us with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So seeing no further questions, thanks very much, Dominic. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Freeman. All in favor? That is carried. Thanks very much, Dominic. So the next item here is the Arts Grant Report. This is a report for information only. Lakin Barton is here if council has any questions. Seeing no questions, your report must have, oh, hold on. Let me just scan my question. Okay, hold on. Okay. Thank you for waiting patiently tonight, Estero and Lakin, but it looks like council has no questions. Thanks very much for the ongoing work and the excellent engagement with our local arts community. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll look up for a mover and a seconder to accept that report. Moved by Councillor Bassick, seconded by Councillor Bright. All in favor? That is carried. Is there someone here from the Sustainability Advisory Committee?
No, there is not anyone able to attend this evening, but I do know that Commissioner Ormson and I have been speaking a bit about this report as well. So if council has questions, I think, or the council liaison could respond.
Okay. So this, the item here that we're discussing is our Sustainability Advisory Committee recommendation on the City of Waterloo's response to Bill 5. This is recent provincial legislation. So I will turn it over to Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just have a comment and a question for Commissioner Ormson to layer in on that. First off, I do want to say thank you to the Sustainability Advisory Committee. We had a really excellent discussion about not only Bill 5, but upcoming, we are going to be debating a motion on Bill 17 as well, too, at the end of today's council meeting, and I look forward to that discussion. Really seems to be an intentional approach here by the province to sort of flood the zone with bills that are aimed at rolling back efforts to tackle the climate crisis, if I'm being honest. This is a potentially highly damaging bill that not only guts environmental protections, such as repealing the Endangered Species Act, but it also, in my estimation, represents significant government overreach and also seeks to trample Indigenous rights. And I really don't believe that environmental protection and Indigenous rights should be seen as, quote, red tape or things that we should be, quote, bypassing in order to accomplish our collective housing goals or economic development goals, for that matter. So I'll leave my comments there, but I will ask Commissioner Ormson if he may be willing to share with council and the public a few sort of high-level overview of some of the comments that we provided to the ERO related to Bill 5.
Thank you, Councillor Ormson.
Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Bodley. Thanks for your question, Councillor Bodley. Yes, city staff did write to the province and filed comments within the ERO registry before the deadline on May 17th. We received confirmation that the province accepted our comments. And I am joined this evening, we are joined this evening by Erin Bannon, who's here at the desk. Erin is an environmental and policy planner in Adam Lauder's team in community planning, and she submitted the detailed comments. But in the interest of time, Madam Mayor, what I'll do is, for council's benefit, just give a high-level summary of what that submission entailed. And as Councillor Bodley nicely summarized, we basically objected to two broad themes. Firstly, the repeal of the Endangered Species Act that's been around in the province for over 50 years and that employed a science-based approach to looking at endangered species and critical habitat. Now in favor of what it seems to be a proponent-driven system with less oversight from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. So we believe it's rather regressive from that standpoint. And Erin could elaborate more on the species at risk part of it. But the other broad theme is the proposal to establish these special economic zones where environmental protections and municipal regulations would be suspended or overridden. And obviously we feel that's a form of overreach. There are probably better ways to advance projects than to try to eliminate the rigor that's existed with municipal approvals and a science-based approach to looking at endangered species and critical habitat. So if that gives council a broad overview, that'd be great. And as I said, we're here to answer any specific questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Did you have any more questions, Councillor Bodley? No, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm also deeply concerned about this bill. We just had a delegation here from Six Nations in our afternoon session, and they talked quite a bit about the duty to consult and what it actually means to engage in free, prior, and informed consent. And so I know from following this issue that it is deeply impacting First Nations communities across Ontario. Here's a couple of names that were, I think in the popular consciousness: Wabagoon River, which is also familiarly known as Grassy Narrows, Chemical Valley in the Windsor-Sarnia area, Akwesasne, straddling the Ontario, Quebec, and US border, impacted by PCBs and fluorine. And we're only just beginning to understand the impacts of forever chemicals, the PFAS contamination. I don't know who may have seen the CBC mapping project that I think was maybe last week or the week before. It's a big digital project that looks at PFAS contamination across Canada. I don't even think we really understand our local contamination. And this kind of contamination from economic activity destroys habitats, and it causes long-term health impacts. It's also directly in contravention of Federal Bill 226, which is the National Strategy Respecting Environmental Racism and Environmental Justice Act. And it flies directly in the face of our attempt to address areas of concern around the Great Lakes. We've already had a large impact on fish health and benthic activity in the Great Lakes, and we depend on that for our drinking water broadly across Ontario. This is a 20th century model of economic activity, and we're in the 21st century. So I'm really keen to hear what more staff can bring to us as a council in order to communicate effectively with the province of Ontario to in any way roll back this egregious overreach in Bill 5.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you have more comments you wanted to add, Councillor Ormson?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And to Councillor Wright, certainly, Councillor Wright, there is more that we could do. I think staff had to respond to a very tight deadline that the ERO posting required for us to get the initial comments in. But we still don't know the details of this bill. We don't know any of the subordinate regulations that may be out there. But as you kind of nicely enumerated, Councillor Wright, there's a lot of deeper implications to other things than that seems at the surface. I think we could look at other forms of advocacy. Perhaps we could provide other separate correspondence, perhaps directly to the minister's office, if that's a direction that council would like staff to pursue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, certainly I can take that back myself and do that. I think I will do that, absolutely. So any other questions, comments from people? Thank you very much, Aaron, and thank you, Commissioner, for that, for your input and for the information that you provided council on this. So, so we'll refer this to, go ahead, Councillor. What's that? Yeah. So the goal here is we're going to refer this to staff, and I'll take that as an action item to make some additional comments to the province. Looking for a mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Bodley, and I think I saw you, Councillor Handmer put her hand up as well. So all in favor? That is carried. Okay, so now we are at the informal public meeting. Just give me a moment. So this is an informal public meeting to consider item 11A, official plan amendment number 61 and zoning bylaw amendment Z25-06, Savick Homes, 359369 Herb Street West. There will be no decisions made tonight. Council and the public are seeing this application for the first time. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this application. Tonight's comments will be taken into consideration in developing a staff position on this application, and a staff report will be considered by council during a formal public meeting at a future meeting. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands and anyone who signs the registry the registry is at the back, will receive notice of the formal public meeting. Anyone who wants further notice of this application, including the formal public meeting and the passage of any bylaw, should sign the appropriate registry located on the desk at the rear of the council chambers. The planner, our planner Amino Bello, will now provide a brief overview of the application. Welcome, Amino.
Good evening, Mayor McCabe, members of the public, and council. My name is Amino Bello, and I'm here to provide an overview of the official plan amendment application number 61 and zoning bylaw amendment application Z-2506, prepared by Savick Homes and represented by the planning partnership. Here we have a location map of the subject lands. The property measures 0.59 hectares in size, with frontage on 2 streets, being Herb Street West and Culpeper Drive. In terms of surrounding uses, to the north we have a mix of multiple dwellings and single attached dwellings. To the east, existing plaza, commercial uses. And to the south we have existing single attached dwellings, low rise in nature. And to the west, Roosevelt Avenue, multiple dwellings varying in building heights. I'll just take you through some site photos taken earlier this week. The image on the left is a view looking on the south side of Herb Street West, looking directly at the subject property, where you can see the existing 2- and 3-story multiple dwellings. There's about 37 dwellings that exist to date. On the image to the right, we're looking on the immediate north side of Herb Street West at the existing multiple dwellings, ranging in building heights from 3 to 5 stories, and some single attached dwellings. Additional photos are from Culpeper Drive, looking in the west direction at the corner site, 359 Herb Street West. And the image on the right is the east view looking at the existing commercial plaza on the side of Culpeper Drive. Some additional photos, Culpeper Drive looking in the north direction, just to give you a sense of the existing character and the low-rise nature. And on the south view, we see Culpeper Drive looking directly north direction with the subject lands in the background. Here is a concept plan of the proposed development. The applicant is proposing a 8-story apartment building with 224 dwelling units in a total of 293 bedrooms, 230 parking spaces, and common amenity space in combination of indoor and outdoor spaces. So this concept plan shows access off of Herb Street on the center of the property and a separate access on Culpeper Drive. Also to note, there are a number of ground level units that provide activation of the Herb Street and Culpeper sections of the road. Here are some building elevations to provide you a sense of the massing and the built form. The image on the top is a south view looking directly from Herb Street west, and the image on the bottom is a north view looking on the rear of the property if you're standing from Culpeper Drive. Some additional building elevations. This is a west view looking from Roosevelt Avenue, again to provide a sense of the 8-story massing on Herb Street, dropping down to the 6-story massing on the rear. And the image on the right is an east elevation from Culpeper Drive, essentially providing the same thing from the other view. In terms of the current planning framework, the official plan designates the area as mixed-use medium density under Schedule A, and the Schedule B provides medium density height of 20 meters. That's the maximum. The applicant is proposing to request an amendment to the official plan to create a new site-specific provision area to permit a maximum 8-story height for an apartment building, a maximum density of 500 bedrooms per hectare, and establish a minimum 10% of the residential units to be affordable housing for a prescribed period. And an image on the right is an image of the subject land showing where it is relative to the designations in the official plan. Moving on to the zoning bylaw amendment, just briefly, the applicant is proposing a modification to the residential mixed-use zone, RMU 20, with various site-specific provisions. I won't really go into great length, but there's 3 broad categories related to built form, vehicle and bicycle parking, modifications to the parking rate, etc., and landscape open space minimums, and a number of other technical modifications that are provided on the screen. Again, I won't, for the sake of time, I won't go into great lengths on that. A number of reports and plans were submitted in support of this application that were provided on the screen in front of us. These applications will be used to inform staff's review of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, and these applications or studies are currently being reviewed by staff. In terms of the process and next steps, we are currently in the review stage. Obviously, we're here today on the informal public meeting. Staff will review all the technical studies that I provided in the earlier slide. We'll gather comments from the public, internal departments, external agencies. These comments will be provided back to the applicant. If necessary, we will provide, refine the application and resubmission in terms of what is required from staff and the agencies and other public and things of that nature. If everything is acceptable to staff, we will prepare a staff report with recommendations to City Council. A public notification for the informal meeting will be provided. We will hold a formal public meeting in this space, and then that's where Council will make a final decision on the OPA ZBA applications. That concludes the formal presentation of this informal, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bello. Council, we will see if are there any questions from Council. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Aminu, for the presentation. And I'm just going to jump out for 1 second and thank all the community members who are here to listen and that have provided their feedback as well. My first question actually is just about, can you sort of simplify for anyone listening what council specifically being asked to consider here with this proposal versus as of right and what we're looking at, what the additional requests are?
Starting with the, the as of right permission. So the RMU 20 zone requires a maximum building height of 6 stories. So the council is being asked to consider any amendment to the official plan to increase these maximums in the official plan in terms of the height, building height, and the density. The density is being proposed at 500 and 450 bedrooms per hectare is required. And in terms of the zoning, there's a lot of other site-specific provisions that are being requested in terms of reduced parking, reduce landscape open space, reducing the low-rise residential setback from the rear of the property to the building, and some other provisions to facilitate the development. So in a nutshell, broadly, council's being asked to consider increase in the maximum building height under the official plan and the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. And then the additional height being the 2 stories.
Yes, correct. So 2 stories, 6 stories as of right, 8 stories is the maximum that they're requesting.
Thank you. I have many questions, so I'm happy to rotate with staff or to ask.
Well, normally our practice is to give people approximately 5 minutes, so a couple, that's generally around a couple of questions. But just a reminder to everyone, because this is an informal public meeting, we're just looking for questions of clarification, and we're not expressing any opinions at this point.
Okay. Thank you. So just going on the 8-story question, I'm wondering if approving 8 stories in this location would perhaps signal an openness to additional height increases along Herb Street and other minor corridors.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, staff will say that every OPA-ZBA application is reviewed on its individual merit. So staff will consider the application based on the site-specific and neighborhood context and things of that nature. But more broadly, a application proposed in any location for additional density, height, whatever it may be, does provide a indirect signal to industry that what our standards are, what we're willing to, I guess, lack of a better term, compromise, or the standards that we're willing to kind of stay firm on. But again, every application is different, it's unique, and it's reviewed by staff on its individual merit.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so I just want to shift over to traffic and parking, and I'm wondering if you can clarify the city and the region's respective jurisdiction over Herb Street and Culpeper Drive.
I'm just turning to the location maps just to provide everyone context. So again, through the mayor to Councillor Rowe. Herb Street West is a regional arterial road, which is under the jurisdiction of the region of Waterloo. And Culpeper Drive is a local road, which is under the city's jurisdiction.
Thank you. And has the region issued comments on the application and the submitted TIS to date? Transportation Impact Study.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, the application is in the preliminary stages of the review, so we have not received formal comments from the region from a transportation perspective. What was your second question, sorry?
No, actually, I was just referring to the Transportation Impact Study, but I can ask my next question.
Fair
Well,
enough.
just hold on one second. I just want to check in if other members of council have any questions. Oh, sorry, okay.
Sorry, I know I have a lot of questions tonight. Okay, so my other question about traffic and accessibility, is the driveway from Culpeper Drive required? Because I see that there is a potential Herb Street entrance. So if that was approved by the region, would Culpeper be required?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, in the region of Waterloo official plan, there is a policy that requires that Herb Street West access is prohibited from Herb Street West, and if access along Culpeper is considered, there must be merit for it. So that's something the region will have to review in consultation with city staff.
Thank you.
So I'm just checking in if any other member of council has questions. Okay, Councillor Freeman?
Sorry, can I trouble you to go to the site plan that you had in your presentation? So I think I'm a bit confused about the answer to the last question. So there is an access shown here onto Herb Street, and the current properties that function here have, in that overview, isn't there 3 driveways or 4 driveways onto Herb Street right now?
So I can, through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, so I'll speak to the concept plan first. So as we can see, there is an access off of Herb Street and one off of Culpeper. So again, the region will review that to determine what's appropriate. Direct access is preferred off of local road in their opinion, just to alleviate the amount of accesses off of Herb Street. The second part of your question, I don't necessarily have an answer for you in terms of how and why those accesses were
Well,
approved.
can we just look at the GIS map you had, the other one that you had up? Oh, there. So there's already three, I see 3 accesses onto Herb Street. So if I understand you correctly, you're suggesting, or the TIS is suggesting, sorry, the Transportation Impact Study is suggesting that they're gonna remove all entrances off of Herb Street and force all the cars onto Culpeper?
Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, I would not say that the TS is implying that the existing accesses are to be removed. I think we're speaking to the proposal at hand and how that impacts the surrounding traffic network and things of that nature, if I'm answering your question.
Well, I just want to make sure that if this comes back to our table, that there's a strong message sent to the region that says it's ridiculous to not allow any exits on, or entrances from Herb Street just because they don't like it. So I don't know. I don't know how to
I'll
tell
just
the
ask
region
people
that.
to, in council,
It's not an opinion
sorry,
on
no,
the
no,
application,
no,
it's an opinion on
that's
the
not what I'm
region.
saying. I'm just addressing people in the audience. We have a number of questions and comments that will be made. We're not expressions of spontaneity, like that was clapping and things like that, are not actually allowed in our chambers. So I'll just ask you to hold your enthusiasm or whatever emotion you may be experiencing. So,
Thanks.
sorry, go ahead then,
Yeah,
Councillor.
like, it's not a reflection of the application per se, but I'm very worried about the region taking on this approval authority and then affecting a neighborhood because they don't like something onto their street. So however we get that message back to the region, I'll leave it with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Just for clarity though, are there actually 3? Like I only see 2. I don't see what the third one is.
The one's kind of a combined entrance.
Oh, it's a combined entrance. Oh, okay, okay.
Midsection there.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so we'll return to Councillor Rowe unless anyone else has any questions. Oh, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following up on Councillor Freeman's comment. On page 33 of the planning submission that was provided to us, it says that it enables the mezzanine and P1 parking levels to be accessed from Herb Street West and Culpeper Drive. So I think we need clarification on that. That is a problem that we're going to encounter over and over and over again along Herb Street. We know that we have that elsewhere.
Okay, well, we'll leave that with you, Mr. Bello, to take those comments back to the region. So we'll go back to Councillor Rowe then.
Thank you. I do have some more questions, but I also would like to direct questions after we have the presentation too, because I'd like some more information. But in the meantime, I just wanted to mention that, or ask if staff can coordinate or review the transportation design and transportation entrances with the region. Is that something that we can ask for then?
Yeah, that's through the mayor to Councillor Rowe. Yes, that's typically our process. Through transportation staff, they will review the TIS and kind of coordinate with the region in that regard. And again, the policies in the regional official plan speak to coordinating with municipalities. So the decision doesn't just rest with the region. It's a collaborative effort.
Okay, did you have a follow-up to that question? Because, okay, Councillor Freeman.
Sorry, if I could just follow up to Councillor Rowe's question. I guess the question is also, is this something, recognizing that traffic and the volume of traffic that it resides on Herb Street and how this proposal is altering a large tract of land within this block, is it commonplace that we would hire a traffic peer reviewer on behalf of the city? Like, take it external?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, Councillor Freeman. She's asking all the questions, so my mind's thinking about Councillor Rowe. Councillor Freeman, to be corrected. So transportation staff from the city side have reviewed the TIS. They have provided comments. To answer your question, there's an opportunity to do a third-party peer review. One hasn't been done in this case because our transportation staff feel that they provided comments to the best of their abilities. But if that's something that you wanted to put forward for staff to kind of proceed with, that's something we can consider.
I mean, would we normally, I don't know what the normal process is, I'm just going to turn to the commissioner. Like, would we normally wait to see what's in the traffic impact study before we took a step like that?
Through you, Mayor, yeah, and thanks for your question, Councillor Freeman. We have, over the years, conducted peer reviews of all kinds of different engineering studies. Usually, the decision to conduct a peer review is undertaken when we disagree with what the submission would be. In this case, I think, it's preliminary submission. Staff didn't design this concept plan. This is the applicant's free right to design what they feel is a good fit here, and now it's up for us to review it and make sure that it functions properly in accordance with best practices. So I think staff hear concerns for sure, loud and clear, about the TIS. We'll take that back to the applicant and work with their engineer. If there's disagreement, absolutely, we would do a peer review.
And I'll note that the applicant or representatives of the applicant are here tonight as well, so I'm sure they're hearing these questions too. Thank you, Mr. Ormston. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Freeman?
Not on this particular
Okay.
item, but I had another comment, question for staff.
Okay, go ahead.
It was just on your list of documents. It appeared that there was some missing because there's also a pedestrian wind comfort opinion that's in here too. And so I just was wondering if you can raise that to the attention, that where citizens can find this information, and that there may be more reports now and in the future.
Correct. Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, yeah, my apologies. This list is not an exhaustive list of all the submission materials, but all the submission materials are on Engage Waterloo. If you are within the notification radius, that link was provided on your notification letter. But if you are not in the radius, you can contact me, or we can arrange a time to share those materials with you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that I'm going to hold my question until the presentation, and then I will return to Amino possibly for another question.
You mean the delegate?
I'm sorry, the delegate.
Okay,
yes.
okay. All right. Are there any other questions of staff right now then? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Mr. Bello. So we do have a few delegations. So the first delegate here is David Godden, Land Use Planner, the Planning Partnership, and Brandon Simon, Principal Planner, the Planning Partnership. And you have, thank you for coming tonight. You have 10 minutes collectively.
Great. Excuse me. Good evening, members of council, members of the public, and city staff. We're excited to be here tonight to present the project, provide some more information, solicit and consider your feedback, and answer any questions that you might have. So my colleague David will start it off, hand it over to me, and then eager to address any questions or additional information you're looking for.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public, and staff. It's a pleasure to be here. I will start us off. This is for 359 through 369 Herb Street West, as your colleague, Mr. Bello, just introduced in the staff comments and presentation. For context, we are on Herb Street West on the south side of the street. Herb Street West is a planned intensification corridor served by transit. Under both the current official plan and the adopted, awaiting ministry-approved official plan, it has generally medium density, medium rise residential land use designation, medium rise 6-story or 20 meters, built form and scale designation, and then the RMU, the residential mixed use 20 indicating 20 meters designation under current zoning. We're on a corridor well served by existing GRT Transit, the number 5 route, and the I-Express 201 go along Herb Street with stops either immediately in front, as the case with the number 5, or very close by, a few steps away for the 201. And on the north-south, of course, there's also the 202 I-Express on Fisher-Hallman Road. The site itself, as it was introduced a few moments ago, we'll go a little bit further in detail. The existing 4 buildings that are on the site, 359, 363, and then a pair, 367 and 369 Herb Street West, respectively, all date from approximately the 60s, 70s to early 80s. The exact dates are lost a bit to the sands of time, but they are currently used as apartment buildings. They've been either internally renovated over the years to have more demising, more dwelling units. There are currently 37 dwelling units altogether, and that includes 78 beds in a configuration of bedrooms, rather in a configuration of 1, 2, and 4 bedroom units. There aren't any 3 bedrooms. Overall, currently the official density based on the current use is about 133 beds per hectare. So the concept that we're being proposed, we had the aerial perspective looking down on a plan view. This is a perspective rendering looking from the northwest towards southeast over Herb Street West. Effectively to the right of us on that image would be Roosevelt Avenue. The concept as we propose it is an 8-story apartment building with a 6-story component at the rear, which is the as-of-right height for this area. It is 224 new rental units, including 22 new affordable housing units that would be provided voluntarily by the applicant. And my colleague Brandon will speak a bit more about that in a later slide. There's replacement units for the existing dwellings that are on the site, and a significant net increase, 187 new units altogether. It's a range of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, with 1 bedrooms making up the majority, but there is still a significant increase in total number of 2+ bedroom units on the site over what's currently present. The density when the development would be complete is 498 bedrooms per hectare, which is an increase over the 450 permitted by official plan and zoning. Indoor and outdoor amenity space, including a significant emphasis on common amenity space on the rooftop levels and the terraces, and all space would be available to all residents. There are 230 parking spaces total proposed. That works out to just over 1 per dwelling unit. That's 0.9 per residential unit, and then a 0.1 for a visitor unit. So it is a reduction in parking that's requested, but it's still a greater than 1 per unit in aggregate. And at this point, I'll turn over to my colleague Brandon. Thank you.
In terms of how the concept plan has been designed in the built form, a lot of thought has been put into trying to accommodate a very modest increase in density through a modest increase in height in order to provide, I think, a very significant contribution of new affordable housing units. And the main goal here has been a transition in built form down to the maximum as of right permitted height of 6 stories at the rear of the site. So really concentrating the majority of the built form and density along Herb Street. As you can see the mouse, this is perfect. We've really tried to concentrate the built form to the exterior of the site, hollow out the middle, pull the actual buildings back from the property line, so it's about a 15.6 to 60 meter setback on the east half of the site, 11.5 meter setback on the west half of the site, and bigger setbacks to the 8-story portions as well. Roughly translates into about a 45-degree angular plane from the rear property line. Angular planes are kind of going out of fashion. I think they're recognized as being overly restrictive and punitive for mid-rise development in a lot of jurisdictions, but nonetheless, I think instructive to demonstrate how the transition in built form has been applied here. And we're also proposing multiple layers of rear yard screening in terms of a privacy fence. There's actually also, as shown by the image here, a change in grade of about 1.5 meters from the actual property line down to the parking area. So the whole building itself and the parking area are set down somewhat from the rear property line, in addition to retained trees, new landscaping, and some proposed shade structures for the rear vehicle parking as well. So multiple layers of of rear yard screening and buffering to try to further reinforce that rear yard transition and screening. And this is a 3D rendering that demonstrates the stepping down in the built form massing and the concentration of the built form towards Herb Street and the exterior side yard as well. And this shows the proposed rooftop amenity space, and we're obviously need to provide some additional details, especially as we move on to the site plan application in the future. But the intention is to incorporate significant landscaping and screening, especially along the southern ends of the amenity space, to reduce any concerns with overlook, and have also removed balconies from the south-facing walls too that are nearest to the rear property line, again, to try to reduce any concerns associated with overlook. And maybe while we're here, I'll kind of proactively answer the question with regards to the access. So we are proposing one access each onto Urban Culpeper Road, and we're kind of grappling between some policy direction from the region and from the city in terms of utilizing local roads, but at the same time, as Councillor Freeman pointed out, there are 3 existing accesses onto Herb Street. We don't see why this project shouldn't at least provide partial access there as well to split traffic demands. And in what we instructed our traffic consultant to do was actually to run a sensitivity analysis of what would happen if all of the access was on Culpeper, in anticipation of perhaps that's what the region would be looking for. And the results, unsurprisingly, were it would be worse. So we are very strongly going to propose to the region that that regional, or that access onto the regional road, Herb Street, is important and beneficial, and hopefully can count on the city's help to try to get that put through as well. And I agree that it's important to set that as somewhat of a precedent for any future redevelopment along Herb Street. In terms of the affordable housing that David mentioned, so 10% of the units are proposed as affordable housing. By contrast, the proposed inclusionary zoning, which was actually paused because obviously it's very difficult market conditions right now, would require 1 to 2% in the MTSA area. So this is 5 to 10 times what would be required, and this is not in an MTSA. Very significant contribution. Existing residents who would qualify using the city's rules would have the first right of refusal to these affordable units. There'll be a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom affordable units being provided. We've been working with the applicant to scope what the actual implementation details are, and we'll be proposing to use the city's methodology for inclusionary zoning. So that's the rent capped at 30% of the median average income for a minimum period of 25 years. So using the exact implementation tools that the city is proposing to use for the inclusionary zoning. And then in terms of the planning applications, the only thing I'll quickly highlight with regards to the low-rise residential setback. So how the setback works is it's a minimum requirement of
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll
Thanks.
try to speed through this. Minimum requirement of 7.5 meters or half the building height, whichever is higher. So the rear of the site is 6 stories, 20 meters. So that would normally require a 10-meter setback. As I mentioned, we're at 11.6 meters on the west and 15.6 meters on the east. So significantly exceeding what would be required. I'd say this is kind of a technical amendment in my opinion, because it's being calculated by city staff in terms of the 8-story portion at the front of the site, where in actuality that will require a 14-meter setback, and we're proposing 18 and 20-meter setbacks from those portions of the building. So just want to outline and highlight that we're proposing a larger setback there than would normally be required. And then the remainder of the slides are just some different perspective images for to help highlight where the addition is proposed, which is highlighted in yellow here. We would be happy to answer any questions that members of council might have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much to you both. And I know there are some. We'll start with Councillor Rowe.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate the information. We didn't talk about the transportation impact study and the specified area, which I've seen in the report. I don't know if you have any slides here that mark that out, but I did want to just talk about it a little bit because it appears narrow in scope. That particular street, Culpeper, from my lived experience and certainly from speaking with the neighbors, is a very challenging street with parking on both sides. Cars are constantly having to back up. Turning left out of Culpeper onto Herb is a challenge, as is turning in. So what I'm wondering is, about expanding the TIS. And when we look at that block, we are looking from, in my experience, Roosevelt down to Mulberry. So that neighborhood has two exit points, which would be Culpeper, and then all the way down the block to Mulberry. So the concerns being that with that entrance there and with the scope of the TIS, we maybe are not capturing what's really happening in the neighborhood and what's happening now, and cut through traffic for neighbors that don't want to wait the additional time at Culpeper are going to go around, cut through the neighborhood to get out Mulberry, which actually has its own issues with traffic and trying to get out onto Herb as well. So I'm wondering about the study area and the defined portion of that. If you can speak to that a little bit, and I can also refer to Amino.
No, certainly I can speak to that, Councillor Rowe, and apologies that we don't have a defined slide here, but obviously, as Aminu mentioned, the traffic impact study is available online, and happy to provide additional commentary from our consultant after the fact if need be. But in terms of the study area, it was something that was confirmed with city and regional staff based on what the transportation experts, which I'm certainly not, suggest would be the most appropriate area. If the kind of the request and direction of council and staff is to look at an expanded area, that's certainly something we can talk to our consultant about. But just in terms of what the findings of the study are, and David, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the findings were an assumption of a maximum peak hour traffic generation of a little under 90 trips in total.
88.
Yeah, split between the two entrances. So it's about so about a car and a half a minute. I mean, certainly, obviously, any traffic impact needs to be analyzed, but the impact study assessed what the expected peak hour generation would be, looked at all the applicable intersections in that study area and determined that everything was functioning properly and within, in accordance with city and regional standards. But again, if the direction from council and staff, and we're waiting on staff comments, and we'll obviously have to respond to them, but if the direction is to look at an expanded area, then that's something we'll talk to our consultant about.
Thank you. I'll refer to Amino in just a second, but actually, Brandon, can you tell me if the study was based on actual counts, field observations, or computer simulations?
So the background traffic is based on actual counts at the applicable intersections to figure out what are the accounts today. Then they apply a background traffic growth, which is essentially, are there any other applications in the area? What did their traffic studies say in terms of trip generation? And then also apply a more general annualized increase rate, typically of 1.2%, which is essentially a further background growth, which is perhaps a little bit of double dipping because you get active developments and the background growth, but regardless, then it layers on what is the anticipated trip generation for this development to get the total future background growth. And so it plugs the existing observed traffic forecast growth into a model and then figures out what are the changes going to be. But the baseline is real observed traffic data.
Councillor Rowe, did you have a follow-up to that question?
That answers that question, and then I would like to refer to staff if I can, unless you want me to.
Is it on the same issue?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll go to another councillor.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Aminu, if I can refer this question to you then. I'm wondering, can the TIS be expanded to include a comprehensive review of the broader transportation network covering Herb Street from Mulberry Lane to west of Roosevelt Avenue to incorporate like the traffic that's at the, obviously all those entrance points to Herb Street, but also where we would capture the Waterloo infant toddler daycare and also the traffic from the two commercial plazas. So is that something that we can ask for or consider?
Through the chair to Councillor Rowe, there was a terms of reference that was established at the onset that established what the study area is. So through the review of the TIS, we certainly could take that back, and I can discuss that with my transportation colleagues in terms of the study area. Again, the Herb Street West is a regional road, so that's under the region's purview, so details to come.
Thank you. I totally understand it's a regional road, and I know that does complicate things, but if you could take that back, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Freeman.
Thank you. I'm just going to build on this. My understanding is that the value in increasing the study area for the transportation study is that currently, with the demands that are happening along the Herb Street corridor from a commercial perspective, that Mulberry Lane is being used for cut-through traffic. And so the question becomes how much cut-through traffic is happening, and so if the actual counts were happening at the intersection of, say, Culpeper and Herb Street, how much was potentially missed? So I think that was, if that helps to expand. And then the other thing is too, is I don't understand in a TIS how commercial operations are considered. So there's a number of permitted uses, for example, that could occur in that plaza that's directly across the way. And depending on the type of permitted use, you would have different potential traffic patterns. So I don't know whether Paradigm considered kind of a worst case permitted use within the plaza. So for example, if there's a cafe, its peak hours could be quite large at certain times of the day, and it would exceed what the city would require for regular commercial parking versus, say, a barber shop that has one chair. So I just, if you could take that away, it would be helpful to kind of better understand that. Because it's clearly a concern in this constrained situation, because there's only two ways in, Culpeper and Mulberry, that's it, if the region doesn't permit something on Herb Street.
Was that question for staff or for?
Well, it's kind of for both.
For both,
Because
okay, okay.
Because I'm trying to round out why it is that the transportation is really much bigger than just what's happening at the intersection of Culpeper and Herb.
No, we appreciate the feedback and can certainly regroup with our traffic consultant as well as Aminu and his transportation colleagues at the city. Understand the importance of investigating this stuff thoroughly. Traffic is the kind of thing that affects people on a day-to-day basis. So we scoped the TIS based on the terms of reference confirmed and agreed to with the city, but we're happy to look at expanding it if that's kind of the direction that we're going here, and confirming that there aren't any impacts or figuring out if there are.
Okay, thanks very much. And do you have a follow-up on that?
It's not a follow-up, it's a separate question.
Okay, go ahead.
You spoke about the affordable housing component, and when you did, you used a lot of what I'm going to call like planning lingo that might not unpack it very well for everyone that's listening or whatever. So you made reference to an MTSA. I happen to know what that means. Maybe my colleagues on council do too, but perhaps others don't. So I'm just wondering if you could rephrase what you said about the affordable housing component and how it's being presented in this application.
Sure, surely, and I apologize for the planning lees, I guess. We are a very acronym-heavy profession. Essentially, the province a few years ago enabled municipalities to start implementing what's called inclusionary zoning, which would require a proportion of new development in major transit station areas, MTSAs, to be affordable housing. So major transit station areas are generally within 500 to 800 meters of the city's ION LRT stations. So this is not within an MTSA, so inclusionary zoning cannot be required here. But in the MTSAs that the city does have, the city's policies and regulations that were approved by council would require between 1% to 2% of the residential density to be provided as affordable housing, depending on if it's I think it's a strong, or I can't remember the other terminology, different market areas based on work that was done by a market consultant. And that was basically the affordable units would be a maximum rent equivalent to 30% of the median market income. 30% of income towards shelter is kind of generally recognized as what's affordable or feasible or attainable. So that's kind of an emerging definition that I believe CMHC uses as well, and that would be required for a minimum of 25 years. So that's what the inclusionary zoning would require, again, in those MTSAs. This is not in an MTSA, and so inclusionary zoning cannot require here, but the applicant is proposing to provide 10% of the units in here, so 5 to 10 times more than would be required in an MTSA, meeting the same definition and affordability period and depth of affordability as would have been required in the MTSA. So apologize again, MTSA just rolls off the tongue a lot better than major transit station area.
Thanks very much for that clarification. Is that okay? Is that all you had? Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McCabe. For those UW planning students that stuck around, I know a bunch of them left, but I want to get wonky for a second here. You talked about angular planes. And like historically, the justification for angular planes was to protect low-rise neighborhoods from shadows, to sort of, incentivize a more interesting skyline. But not only does angular plane reduce the number of units that go into a site, but it can also make the design and the development of a property more complicated and more expensive, thus increasing the cost per unit. And so my question for you is, in an affordable housing crisis that we are facing today, did you consider an 8-story uniform building, and why or why not is that what we're seeing today?
Thank you very much for the question and excellent points on the angular plane debate. We have a lot of agreement on that tool, and to the City of Waterloo's credit, that's not something that has historically been used. Certainly we did consider that. We also considered iterations that looked at perhaps one additional story. We looked at several different iterations. In fact, the earlier version, we had a kind of a preliminary community consultation meeting about a year ago now. And the density there was actually moderately higher. I believe it was at about 525 bedrooms per hectare. Subsequently had meetings with city staff, with Councillor Rowe, took some of the feedback we heard there and reduced the feedback, or reduced the density rather. We always felt it was important to provide that connection back to the 6 stories at the rear of the site, given that that's what's permitted as of right. Obviously, the city's really focused on this nodes and corridors planning exercise and has put a lot of thought into what the planning permissions are, while also providing policy direction to say, we will consider changes for more if you can provide an appropriate justification. So the client, or the applicant in this case is a seasoned local developer, and they designed the building so that those cost increases associated with transfer slabs and things like that are not applicable here, because the step down occurs within the structural grid of the building. So it's done in a very feasible, cost-effective manner. And again, we thought it was important to really reinforce that transition down to 6 stories as we move to the south. Shadowing is not a concern to the south here. Obviously, the sun is to the south of us and the shadowing goes to the north. And so we also evaluated what does the increase in height look like relative to the as of right permitted. But this is where we landed. This is where we strongly believe makes sense and has a lot of merit from a planning and urban design perspective.
Okay, thanks very much. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor? Okay, Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, through you, Mayor. I was curious about the 37 replacement units. I've never seen that come through before, so I'm just wanting to understand if that's what it seems like it is, that those who live there now would get the first right of refusal. I think you said something about that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think these types of applications that have older stock apartment buildings that aren't going to be around forever and which don't optimize density as kind of planned by the city, you're going to see more of these applications. And I think dealing successfully and trying to be proactive and with the existing residents is an important requirement, frankly. So from the beginning, we've said we want to offer all residents who are existing a right of first refusal in the new building, especially if those who qualify for the affordable units, they would be given the first right of refusal for the affordable units as well. So that's the plan. The idea was we offer everyone newer units. These will have amenity space in these buildings, whereas the current ones do not, more parking, et cetera. So yes, right of first refusal to all residents, including for the affordable units for those who would qualify under the city's criteria.
I don't know if I want to go deep into my curiosities here because it's like 9:45 to 10. But I do want to know if this is just a nice thing you're doing or is it something that the municipality can require of you and then assist with the process? Because I have tons of questions, like where do they go in the interim? Is the rent the same? Like, you don't need to answer all of those right now, but I'm curious about the process to ensure that those folks might be actually coming back. It's not just you can come back, but they can't really because they've found something, like when people are issued eviction notices. You can or an N13, you can technically come back, but you found something or you've kind of been pushed out. So I want to make sure the process makes sense, but I also want to know if there's anything we can do from the municipality to require this at all, and then require it in kind of a good way. So yes, so sorry, that's not for you, and that you can answer this whenever you're supposed to, but.
This is a question for staff.
Yes, from their presentation. Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Vasic. As mentioned, this is not in a major transit station area, MTSA, so we have limited tools from a regulatory perspective to enforce and require affordable housing. Again, the applicant is proposing voluntary affordable housing, so in terms of requirements, again, we don't have any requirements per se to lock that in.
If I could perhaps...
I was going to say, I think what you're asking is, so thanks for that, Aminu, but like, how would it work for a building to be reconstructed while people are living there? And then if there are units for them to come back to, how does that work? Is that what you're looking for, Councillor Vasic?
Yeah, sorry. I'm not referring to the affordable component, but the actual replacement of the units and the folks who are living there now, what that process would look like. Because it sounds like some of those folks wouldn't necessarily be going into the affordable units. So it's not only about affordable?
That's correct. The expectation is that not everyone, or perhaps not anyone, would qualify for the affordable units. It kind of depends on the city's criteria. So I don't believe the city typically does require this, but we're certainly eager to work with the city on a mechanism to enforce that, both the affordable units and the right of first refusal for the tenants, perhaps some sort of, contribution agreement under the new Section 37 community benefits charge. I don't know, but we're open to working with the city, and we've always suggested that we don't want this to be some sort of toothless promise. We want to make sure that it's enforced, including the zoning, and enforced through agreements if possible.
Okay, thank you. Are you good, Councillor Vasic?
I think Amino has an additional comment, please.
Just like through the hair to Councillor Vasic, just like to provide additional commentary. Staff is undertaking a rental housing regulatory review that was actioned by Council in June of 2024. So this review would include things of this nature in terms of what mechanisms we can look at and to protect for rent evictions and things of that nature.
Thank you for that reminder, Aminu. Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. That's great.
Okay, so we'll go back to Councillor Rowe.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to continue on this line of conversation, Brandon, and I'm wondering, did you say that the affordable housing units, the term will be 25 years?
Correct.
Okay, that is important to hear. Thank you. And I'm wondering, how are existing tenants being informed, supported, and transitioned through this process? Like in terms of outreach, communication, are there meetings? Can you give us an idea of just sort of what that looks like?
Certainly, Councillor Rowe. So obviously, we're still fairly early in the process, but we're looking to provide newsletters to provide updates to existing residents, meetings as required. I mentioned that the applicant's kind of a seasoned local developer, and they kind of function on a schedule where they have a construction team, and they're trying to keep the team active, so project to project. So there's kind of this structured, defined pipeline in place, and so really from a timing perspective, we're looking at, ideally in a perfect world, this moving forward for construction in perhaps early 2027 or something along those lines. So we have a decent amount of time out until we get there to get through this process and get everything, figured out from a planning and a building permitting perspective. And so any new tenant who has come into the buildings in the last year and a half, I understand, has been advised that this is an ongoing process and this is something that's upcoming. Existing tenants also being provided with newsletters. So we're trying to be, or rather the applicant and the owner is trying to be proactive and forthcoming about what the process looks like. I think really kind of advance notice is probably the best tool first and foremost, so people are aware of what that means for them in terms of housing, because obviously for the existing tenants, the buildings are going to have to be demolished as the new buildings are built, and then there will be the units for them afterwards. So obviously there will be a transition period regardless. We're trying to manage that as best we can, but as I said, I think these types of projects are necessary along a corridor like this, and we're trying to navigate it in a way we think is as effective as possible and helpful for existing tenants.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple more questions on this. Just as you're mentioning construction and demolition, is the expectation that the entire site will be demolished at once, or is there the potential to build in phases so that tenants can leave one unit side and move to the new?
That is certainly a potential that is being explored by the applicant. It also certainly helps with, construction financing and whatnot. So I think Aminu pointed to a technical, obscure thing we put in the bylaw in terms of kind of future lot division and whatnot, and that's kind of tied to maybe a potential phasing of the development. So that is certainly something that is being considered by the applicant and would help kind of reduce the number of obviously tenants that are in transition from old to new. So something that's being explored.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to touch on what we're discussing here is the additional 2 stories, and that the community benefit is 22 affordable units. So what I'm wondering is there a difference in the 6 to 8 stories? Like, is it 22 units, or how does that play out? I'm just curious. I don't know if you know that off the top of your head.
No, I was, I kind of figured that might be a question. So I was doing some math in my notebook while I was waiting for this item to come up. So essentially the top 2 stories include 58 units and 71 bedrooms. So roughly a third or so of those equivalent would be the affordable. Not that all the affordable units would be up there. But I think the upshot of that is that if you take the top 2 floors off, we would be under the maximum density limit. So that would put us down to 222 bedrooms, 377 bedrooms per hectare. So essentially the bylaw would permit us to relocate 42 additional bedrooms elsewhere on the site, perhaps by pushing the building closer to the rear lot line, filling in some of the space in the middle. So the extra 2 stories, it's not like that is all additional density. Some of that is the as-of-right density because we're trying to push that density closer to Herb Street. So I don't know if that was a direct answer of kind of how the affordable housing plays in. The only other thing I'll note is that the affordable housing units are almost exactly what that additional density request is, going from the 450 to the 500 bedrooms per hectare. There will be about 45, maybe 50 or so bedrooms of the affordable, so that almost exactly makes up that increase. So that's kind of the nexus and the calculus for how that arithmetic came to be.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. And so then you've actually touched on another question for me. In terms of the building and the massing, was there any consideration given to reconfiguring the building so that it was 6 stories and did come closer to the south, like as you move? You have parking in there right now, but I'm just wondering if you've considered any other alternatives so that it remains 6 but does change how it sits on the site.
Sure, we certainly have considered all manner of alternatives in the formulation of this, and kind of our direction was we think this is beneficial from a design and a planning perspective. It's also, I think, more efficient from a building perspective. You can make use of the existing elevators and stairs. You expand the building, which certainly can be done. It means you have to look at perhaps additional exit stairs and things like that, which add inefficiencies into there. You also have parts of the building that become closer to each other. If you're looking at kind of wrapping the rear portions around, it creates a bit of a courtyard situation. So in this instance, we thought it made the most sense from several different perspectives. It certainly could be done, but I think it is not nearly as efficient, obviously loses that significant community benefit, and I think is an inferior project from a design perspective as well.
So just to clarify, are you saying the community benefit of the 22 affordable units would be lost if it was reconfigured across the site at 6 stories?
Something for us to perhaps take back, but I in all likelihood that would have an effect on the inclusion of the affordable units, perhaps the unit mix as well, because the building's been very kind of carefully designed from an inside-out perspective to try to get a mix of units here, which I know is not always the case for projects in the city of Waterloo in the recent past. So anything that's done here, this isn't a paper exercise by someone just looking to increase the value of the site. It's been designed from the inside out as a rental building that's going to be owned by the long term, for the long term by the applicant. So a lot of thought has been putting into where the corridors are, how the units are laid out. So much as I like to think, I can just tell the architect to move some things around and everything kind of works. It's a complex exercise, and it'll have some impacts from an efficiency perspective. So it'll definitely have some ripple effects that could impact the affordable housing.
Councillor Rowe, did you have a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Because there's just another councillor in the queue.
Absolutely.
So do you want to just
I'll
finish
just finish
that,
this.
this line? Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate what you're saying, Brandon, and I'm wondering if we can just have those conversations with staff, even just as a, check it out and see if there are any options to sort of reduce the bulk or the perceived bulk of the building. I'm just curious, but I will leave that with you and Aminu to have a conversation.
Okay, thanks. We'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'm just going back to the transportation study because I can't leave that one alone. So in the report, it talks about large vehicles like a pumper truck needing to back out onto Culpeper Drive. And so I just wanted to understand what garbage truck dynamics are, because they're much more frequent visitors to the site. Is there turning radius for a garbage truck from Culpeper inside the property?
Great question. Yes, the site's been designed so that you have the designated garbage pickup area and space for the garbage truck to do a three-point turn in the parking aisles and remove and leave rather in a forward position. What we could perhaps do in a subsequent submission is include some additional graphics showing how the turning movements would work for that truck versus another truck. I think the issue with I think it was a pumper truck that you referenced, the fire truck, they have limitations on what kind of movements they're allowed to do and are allowed to back out up to a certain distance. So there are kind of different regulatory requirements that are impacted there.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification because it wasn't totally clear to me how the garbage servicing was going to work from the diagrams, and so that is helpful to know that there is a three-point accommodation. Thanks.
Thank you. And just actually on that, are there other options for waste management, like, I forget what the Sutera units that go into the ground, what are the Mullocks? I'm just wondering, just wondering if that could be considered, because it reduces the amount of in and out traffic and that, and the sightliness of the area as well. So I will just leave that with you. Over to you, Councillor Rowe.
I think I might be done, but I won't swear to that. So, I might come back around.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like you're off the hook then for now. Brandon and David, thank you very much for your time here. We do have a few.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I did want to talk about the landscaping, and I know there is a slight reduction in the landscaping. I wanted to actually specifically ask about, and in the past, Brandon, I know we've had conversations about any screening for, I know we've talked about angular plane, but is there any thought on rooftop screening just to help with the privacy issue?
Absolutely, Councillor Rowe, that is the intention. We've kind of the plan that's been provided thus far for the rooftop amenity is highly conceptual in nature. That'll be fleshed out at the site plan stage, but that is absolutely the intent. I think we're looking when we get to the site plan stage to include some graphics to kind of demonstrate if you have a person who's your typical height standing next to the landscaping, which provides not only horizontal screening but vertical screen but horizontal separation from the edge, coupled with a privacy screen to demonstrate that wouldn't be a concern. So that is absolutely the intention and something that will be detailed further at the site plan stage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now you can sit down. All right, so our next delegation is Randall Withall. Is Randall still here? Okay, all right. Vince Carey. Hi, Vince. Yeah, good, thanks. So you're welcome to delegate. There's a button on the base of the microphone. So I just need you not to tell me your actual address, but just provide your name and your municipality of residence, and then you have 10 minutes. Welcome. One more time. There you go. Now it's on. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McCabe and councillors. I'm delighted to be here tonight, and I'm going to probably maybe entertain you a little bit. I'm going to go a roundabout way to sort of oppose this development. My name is Vince Carreri, and I live about 450 meters from this development. I've lived in Waterloo for 43 years, and I know firsthand that it is a great place to live. I am fortunate as well to have had a wonderful career in Waterloo, and I owe a lot of this to the community for helping me in this regard. Now, I think of myself as a relatively rational person, a happy individual, but my wife, on the other hand, sometimes refers to me as an angry old man, and at times boisterous. I guess in some ways she's correct. Now, I will concede that I am old, and I guess at times I seem angry and I might get a bit loud. But I prefer to think of myself as a very caring individual who has become more and more frustrated with governments and the policies that are put forward. And my boisterous approach is more like passion rather than loudness. I would briefly like to cover some of my frustrations, starting at federal government. The first is the decision to legalize cannabis. And this has gone unnoticed by all of us. The odor is distinctive, and some people can't even go into their backyards with their children or their grandchildren without smelling it. Government is still short-sighted on the effects that it has on our community, on individuals, on our youth, and on mental health of people across our country. I'm not an expert on this, but it frustrates me. Moving along to provincial governments and the legalization of online betting. Now again, I'm not an expert, but the effects this new law has on our vulnerable and in many cases poor populations is irrefutable. And our local governments don't get off the hook as well. Again, I'm not an expert, but the city of Waterloo for 25 years did not allow homeowners to rent any part of their home or convert any part of their home to rent out as student housing. This was unacceptable, unlawful, and probably unconstitutional. And now the region of Waterloo and the cities are currently setting up photo radar with no thoughts on how this might impact financially hardworking, safe driving citizens and their families that are in no way hazardous to their community. And again, I'm not an expert on this. One further example of something that continues to frustrate me is the city of Waterloo's decision to remove fluoride from its water supply. On this subject, I am an expert. There has been thousands of young children subjected to dental treatment and anesthesia that for sure might otherwise been prevented, not to mention the millions of dollars it has cost the citizens of our community. The common theme to every single one of these examples is government putting money first over and above communities and people. And this brings me to this project. This developer wants to tear down about 40 very affordable units. They want to replace them with units that we do not need. We absolutely do not need any of them. To say that we need these units is complete and utter fabrication and falsehood. We currently have an abundance of unrented units just like these. The vacancy rate for units identical to these is at least 25 to 30%. It's a fabrication that our vacancy rate is 3.6%. That might be for affordable units. The reason that they are left vacant is because the units are unaffordable. Plus, the investors and the developers will never lower the rents because they become subjected and bound to rent control. Furthermore, lower rents cause the values of their properties to be decreased, which they don't want. So they won't, under any conditions or circumstances, lower the rent. They would rather have the units sit empty and vacant as they do now. Evaluation of investment properties can be done on the basis of a capitalization calculation. This, which right now in our community is 6.2%. This means by doing some quick calculations, we can estimate the value of any investment property. Owners will not lower rents because this decreases the value of their properties. And I don't know how to work this, but there might be, there we go. So this slide shows that the capitalization of two different size buildings, one with 8 stories, one with 6 stories, gives a difference of $19 million in the value of the building. So I'm losing my spot here. So the other thing that we can say is, let's not kid ourselves. The city wants money, and they get lots of it from projects like these, through development fees and through property taxes. The city of Waterloo is prepared to set aside caring about their citizens and the community, and ignoring most of us sitting right here in order to collect money. All of this gives my wife more reason to categorize me as angry. This developer wants 2 zoning changes to accommodate themselves for a building that is way too big for this property. But let's be clear, they will be servicing themselves. Plus, they want forgiveness on 11 or 12 bylaws. They want us to believe that we need these units. Well, even a building of a reasonable size, which fits the proper footprint and height, without zoning changes or variance forgiveness, would not be helpful for this community in any way, shape, or form. The City of Waterloo has choices. They can sign an executive order, so to speak, and let this developer do whatever they want. Or they can show strength and say no. They can demand that the bylaws
you have one more minute, Vince.
They can demand that the bylaws are actually followed, and they can say no to the zoning changes. What we need in this area is single-family individual units that our young people can buy and own with dignity. This is what we could do, and these young people would save between $25,000 and $30,000 every single year in rental costs. So in closing, I challenge and urge the city to be strong and to listen to the people and our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and demand that developers start building what we need. Not useless, unaffordable nonsense that is designed to only benefit cash-grabbing multinational companies. You know, people are wrongfully starting to believe that democracy
Vince,
means...
Are you just wrapping up now? Because we're just over time.
I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
People are wrongfully starting to believe that democracy means do whatever you want. But this is a statement that is far from the truth. Democracy means living in a country that has fair laws and trusting our governments to enforce these laws to protect each and every one of us.
Okay.
Thank you for the privilege for speaking.
Okay, thanks very much, Vince. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Are there
and
any,
please-
are there any questions for the delegate? Okay. Do you have, go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Vince. I wanted to thank you for coming. It's not easy to always get up and
It's
share.
not easy at all.
No,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate that, and
thank you,
I
Councillor
appreciate
Rowe.
that you came, and that you shared your perspective with us.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Can I ask myself a question?
You can ask yourself a question from your seat. I think your time as a delegate.
One of the things that I would say, if council decides to go ahead and approve this, if you look at the
Sorry, Vince.
if you look at the site,
Vince,
if you look
sorry,
at the site,
Mr. Carreri, with respect, you had 10 minutes to provide this, so you've had your time, and there's another couple of delegates coming tonight. So I'm just going to ask, thank you
with
very
all
much.
due respect, Mayor, I've sat here for 3.5 hours, and nobody's asked me a question. So it's I think it's within.
But we've had,
you know,
I mean, I like I said, I mean, delegations.
Can I just mention what I might suggest?
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
I do have a question. What would you suggest?
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. And to Mayor McCabe and Councillor Rowe, what I would suggest is that if the developer wants to build 8 stories, that they must obtain the 4 properties, the 3 properties that you can see along Culpeper, and even Roosevelt. There's 2 properties there. And because they're going to gain $19 million in value to their building, these properties should be used as buffers. Tear down what's there and use them as buffers to this project. And I think that would be applauded. And if in fact they want to go ahead with a project like this, it just seems reasonable. And they could spend 1.5 million per property and still come out $10 million ahead. And,
Okay.
The other thing they could do is put a street down the middle and make single-family homes along that street.
Okay, I think there's a follow-up question, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. I actually have one point that I wanted to refer to staff, but Vince, I'm wondering, can you just clarify for me that you're okay with the 6 and it's the 2
Absolutely.
additional streets? Okay.
I don't think any of us would be here if the developer wanted to bring a building to council or to the planning department that met all of the zoning and all of the bylaws. We wouldn't even be here.
Okay, thank you.
They could just build it.
Okay.
And then can I just refer to staff for a question?
Well, I'll just say thanks, Mr. Carreri, for your delegation. I appreciate it.
Right.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm with staff about the properties. It's my understanding that they are owned by someone else and they're not part of this developer's land. And also, can you speak to I know that Mr. Crary is talking about single-family homes. I'm wondering if you can speak to the constraints that we have here in the city in terms of land availability for that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, the property known as 14 Roosevelt, the map's no longer on the screen, but it's the long property that's owned by another person, another owner, and the properties, the 3 single-family homes are not owned by the developer of the subject lands. Answer your question number 2 regarding land constraints. I'll just speak on a high level. The lands are designated medium density residential, mixed use medium density residential, which does not permit single attached dwellings. The planned function for this area, being a minor corridor, is for more mid-rise built forms. So that's the planned function and the vision for the city for this area.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through Mayor McCabe. Just a comment on the delegation. Yes, very entertaining. Thank you very much. I'm not gonna comment on the things that I agreed with or didn't agree with within your delegation. And I do thank you for coming and sharing with everybody. However, there is one comment there that I simply can't let slide from the horseshoe, at least from my perspective, which was the comment around this is an area where people should have single-family homes where people can live in dignity, which sort of implies, and perhaps this is not what you intended, but sort of implies that those who rent apartment buildings within our community or who own condos, and no, I'm not asking you to come back up to the
you're fine.
podium. I'm making my comments now. Thank you, and I just want to make sure that I clarify that there are many people who rent within our community, who contribute to the community in many, many ways, who live in dignity, and not just people who live in single-family homes with large backyards.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. The next delegation is Michael Ruddy and Anila Yadavalli. Welcome to the you're welcome to delegate. You have 10 minutes combined. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and guests. My name is Michael Ruddy, and this is my wife, Anila Yadavalli. We, along with our 10-month-old son, currently live at 356 Culpeper Place, adjacent to the proposed development site. If and when this proposal moves forward, our property will be one of the most impacted, aside from the apartment buildings that will be demolished. We are here today to raise some concerns about the current proposal and amendments to the bylaws. We'll begin with an anecdote that gives you a taste of the culture of the Culpeper neighborhood. Our property backs on the apartments that this development would demolish. One of the families who lives in this complex has school-aged children who enjoy playing in the area surrounding our properties. They often kick their soccer ball over our shared fence and are comfortable asking us to retrieve it. Just yesterday, they rang our doorbell in the morning asking if we had any other spare equipment they could play with on a nice Sunday morning. This anecdote speaks to the sense of safety and community in our neighborhood where children can trust and rely on their neighbors. So, with that being said, our concerns with this proposal are twofold.
First, we would like to address the impacts of this proposal on the current tenants of 359 and to 369 Herb. The proposed development would replace affordable 2- and 3-bedroom housing units with luxury condos, 75% of which are 1-bedroom. The units to be destroyed are often referred to as missing middle housing, and for good reason. They are increasingly difficult to find. Where are the people who are currently living here supposed to go? Where will they find similarly affordable housing? As luxury developments like this one replace missing middle housing across the region, it will be increasingly competitive to find such housing. For dem evictions, developers commonly offer a right of return. How will the developer ensure a fair right of return for the current tenants? Will they be offered similarly sized units at similarly affordable rates? Given the proposed unit mix, I find it difficult to see how it will be possible to do so. Often, market conditions is cited as the reason why the unit mix is as proposed. We urge the developer to be transparent about what market data they are using in their proposal. Because in our experience, living and working in the Waterloo region, we see a greater need for affordable family housing rather than small luxury units. Furthermore, what is the affordable rate that they are proposing in dollars? How does that compare to the current rental rate that the current residents are paying? In this vein, we'd like to ask both City Council and the developer how this proposal actually helps the housing crisis. People who can afford to live in a luxury high-rise building like the ones proposed are not the ones struggling in the housing crisis. The housing crisis is very real and very difficult for middle to low income families who are unable to afford rent and purchase homes. In our view, this type of development contributes to the housing crisis. It does not help it. With regards to this proposal, we urge the minimum affordable units to increase from 22 to 37 so that every displaced tenant has the opportunity to fairly stay in the neighborhood. Without addressing these assurances, we will just be removing families from a family-friendly neighborhood. At minimum, we will be forcing costly moves to the current tenants and forcing kids to change schools. Many of the kids who live in those apartments go to school right now in that area, in this district.
Our second major concern is about how the construction process and final design of the building will impact the adjacent properties should development proceed. Our child is 10 months old and loves playing outdoors already. How will the developer and the city ensure that the dust and environmental toxins used in building materials, such as asbestos, do not negatively impact his or our health and well-being? This includes both demolition and construction. Noise is permitted until 7 p.m. Our baby's bedtime is 6:30, 6:45. How will the developer and the city ensure that the noise produced do not negatively impact his health and well-being? The current culture of the neighborhood allows kids to freely and safely play and walk around the streets with very little risk to their safety. In particular, the intersection of Culpeper Drive and Culpeper Place is a school bus stop. How will the developer and city ensure their safety with large vehicles coming in and out for construction? When the apartments are occupied, will the increased density lead to increased reckless driving through the intersection? The proposal also seeks to reduce the minimum parking rate to 0.9 spaces per unit. Where will the overflow cars go in this case? The inlet to Culpeper Drive is already packed with cars during the day, as mentioned before, meaning overflow parking will go into the neighborhood and past this bus stop. We are also concerned about some specific elements of the proposal and how they relate to the requested zoning bylaw changes. The current zoning is already for 6 stories, and the proposed bylaw changes would increase the height to 8 stories, at the same time reducing the low-rise residential lot line setback, reducing the parking structure lot line setback, and reducing landscaped open space. We believe the current bylaws and zoning are more than reasonable, and these allowances should not be made. All these bylaw changes put an even larger construction site even closer to the adjacent properties, which amplify our construction concerns. With just a 1 meter distance from the construction to the adjacent lot line, how will the developer and city ensure no damage to the trees and thus buildings, potentially buildings, on the adjacent properties and ensure the health and well-being of the people who live there?
At the end of the day, we would just like to know, what does this project do for the community, the neighborhood, and the city? As we mentioned in our starting anecdote, the sense of safety our neighborhood experiences is due to a deep-rooted sense of community and trust. What does this proposal contribute to the community besides removing our neighbors? For everything that we will be losing, what are we gaining? Overall, this proposal is a lose-lose-win situation. The current tenants of 359 to 369 Herb lose. The neighborhood loses, and the developers are the only ones who win. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your combined presentation. Oh, just wait a minute and see if there's any questions. Councillor Rowe.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming in and for sharing your perspective. I know this is a challenging time for you. I think you've really touched on the tension that the city and staff experience between the population increase and the need for more housing, and also what that can mean for affordable units. So you articulated that very well, and it is something that we do understand. What I wanted to clarify or ask about was the luxury condos. So it actually isn't a direct question for you, but staff. It's my understanding these are apartments, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Rowe, the applicant is proposing affordable rental units, so it's purpose-built rental as proposed.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, about the impacts to your health and to your home. You've explained that you have a child, which I can understand is concerning as well. Again, I'm going to switch this over to staff, but we have had a conversation about this, about the concerns to their well-being. So are there things at site plan? I know this is early, but in a development, how do things operate through site plan to address those kinds of concerns?
Through the chair to Councillor Rowe, so at the site plan process, which would happen if and when this application is approved, which would be at the tail end of the process, there's what we call a construction management plan, which would dictate the operations, the management of how the site functions from a truck construction standpoint, dictating when construction move in and out of the site, how things like dirt and debris is managed, things of that nature. So that's something that will be reviewed at site plan, and city staff can enforce it through that process.
Yes.
One more question, okay.
Thank you. Okay, and I just wondered, I appreciate your concern too for the affordable units and the tenants that are there and what the rate of rent would be. So I'm looking again to staff or even to Brandon, just to confirm like how that works. I know it's I understand it's a 30% income is the baseline for the affordable units. Am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Rowe. So I'll just kind of preface the question with the region. They kind of set the I guess requirements for the rent control. So it's typically 30% of the average annual income. So those numbers are kind of set. For example, a one-bedroom or studio goes for $1,360. That's the rent that's kind of set by the region. So that would be a requirement that the applicant would have to follow through the affordable housing piece. In terms of the time length of the affordability piece, 25 years is kind of a best practice, if you will. So that number is kind of carried forward for these types of affordable housing units.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can sit down now. Thanks very much for your time and your presentation. The next delegation is Mark Ellis. Welcome, Mark. Again, just please provide your name and your municipality of residence for the record, not your actual full address. And as you registered today, you have 5 minutes.
Mark Ellis, Place, Waterloo, Ontario. Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening regarding the proposed redevelopment of 359 to 369 Herb Street West. I've been a resident of Maple Hills for 10 years, living within 100 meters of the proposed development. Tonight, I'd like to share my perspectives on the neighborhood and outline the critical considerations that must be included. I want to begin with traffic flows and the uniqueness of the Herb Street and Culpeper Drive intersection. The transportation impact study presents a limited view of the effects associated with this development. While strong in theory, the study fails to account for the unique mix of commercial properties and housing services that border the proposed site. As a resident, I can offer the real-world perspective, a reality the study does not fully consider or acknowledge. To the north side of the site is supportive housing of Waterloo and my own place, which provides affordable renting housing for seniors. I've personally seen residents play a dangerous game of Frogger, trying to cross 4 lanes of traffic, often getting stranded in the middle of the road. The study does not account for the daily challenges these residents face, especially those using assisted devices. Again, theory versus reality. To the northwest is Waterloo Infant Toddler Daycare Association, which recently expanded its operations. Every weekday around 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., vehicles line up on Herb Street to enter and exit the parking lots as families drop off or pick up their children. To the east are popular establishments such as the Covenant Cafe, Beachmount Hospital, and Quip Trip Variety, all of which contribute significantly to the traffic volumes around this intersection. As demand for these businesses grow, we're already seeing an asphalt turf war among neighboring establishments, with parking lots at full capacity and neighboring businesses owners ticketing patrons. The image on the right side shows the reality of any given day from Monday through Saturday. Overflow parking spills out into streets, reducing Culpeper Drive to a single lane. The video on the left captures a common occurrence, residents having to reverse back up the hill on Culpeper Drive to make room for incoming traffic before they can safely exit. These current issues are not caused by the proposed development, but they clearly demonstrate that Culpeper Drive is already overburdened. Adding the traffic flows from high-density development will make this road impassable. The traffic study draws several unbounded conclusions. For example, there is also limited incentive for site traffic to use Mulberry Lane to connect at Herb Street. I tested this route myself outside of rush hour on Saturday afternoon and recorded a 10% reduction in travel time. So thank you, Paradigm Transportation Solutions. You've identified a shortcut I'll now use. This again highlights the gap between theory and reality. The residents of Culpeper Drive are asking city staff to go beyond the developer's submitted traffic study and seriously consider the real-world conditions, including winter weather, which narrows the roads with snowbanks, traffic generated by nearby commercial services industries, overflow parking for popular local businesses, and using a realistic growth rate for traffic movements. A 1% year over year is not adequate. A single development increases traffic flow by 2%, not 1%. Background traffic from current planned developments, including 50 Westmount Road, 1 Dunbar, the Carrick, future sites 167 and 159 Herb, and other vacant lands down Herb Street. In conclusion, Herb Street and Culpeper Drive are already traffic nightmares. How the report can conclude that future conditions will result in non-critical traffic operations defies both logic and reality. You've heard from delegates concerned about traffic and renovation of neighbors from middle housing they depend on. But there's a broader concern here, precedent. Approving the 8-story development, which exceeds current zoning for height and density, will shift the balance toward financial feasibility for developers.
You're in your final minute.
Yep.
Okay.
No problem. To acquire and demolish functional existing middle housing along the Herb Street corridor, replacing it with towers that do not service the current community. This is a slippery slope. The affordability crisis isn't just about building net new units. It's also about preserving existing middle housing. I urge city staff to evaluate not only this application, but the broader long-term planning shifts the decision could trigger for hundreds of units and thousands of residents along the Herb Street corridor. In closing, we understand the desire to redevelop these existing lands, but let's do it together with community input, city oversight, and developer cooperation. There's no undo button. The residents of Maple Hills will live with the long-term consequences of these decisions. Let's do it, get it right, and let's do it together for once. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. Any questions of the delegate? Councillor Rowe?
More of a comment. I just appreciate you coming as well, Mark, and presenting your lived experience in that area. Certainly the photographs and the video do reflect, as I understand it as well, the realities of Culpeper, so I do appreciate that experience. And also, and I think this goes for our other delegates as well, the concern for the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And I think today it's refreshing with the discourse and just the way we seem to be living these days, more isolated. I think that the support for the neighborhood is wonderful, and I appreciate you coming in and sharing your perspective.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Are there any other, is there anyone else present tonight who wishes to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none. If there are no more delegations, this informal public meeting is now concluded. Staff will review the issues and provide further reporting to council at a later date. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Aminu, for your presentation tonight and the work that you've done on this application. And thank you to those who attended tonight. We appreciate the time you took to listen throughout the evening. So our next, I'll just ask you to please. Our council meeting's still continuing, so you're welcome to talk. You're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to go into the to talk in the hallway. So our next, thank you for just, if I could just, we're continuing our council meeting, so if I could just ask you to keep it quiet while we continue here, and you're welcome to speak out in the hallway. Thank you so much. So our next agenda item is Councillor Bodley has a motion on Bill 17. I will turn it over to you, Councillor.
I have some comments that I would like to make on the motion. I appreciate council's consideration here. But we have a couple of delegates who are looking to speak to this delegation first, and maybe I will ask them to come speak before I reserve my comments for the end.
Okay, thank you so much. I have Sean Campbell listed first. I don't see Sean, though. Is he here? Or? Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, well, Matthew, you could start, but now Matthew's gone. You know what? Yep, I was just saying, Matthew, you can start. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Many of my questions have been answered throughout this session tonight. I heard many of your comments and questions, and I appreciate that. And looking at the time and knowing the council and talking with some of you just during washroom breaks, I'm very supportive, appreciative of your work, and I think we have a lot in common here, so I'm not going to take more time than I need to. But needless to say, I am here to support Councillor Bodley's motion and add to my concern that Bill 17 will reduce our ability as a municipality to address the affordability crisis and our sustainability commitments. When we talk about affordability, so here, these are the 5 points I'm going to make very quickly. When we talk about affordability, there's a lot of definitions out there, and I'm not sure how many of them really apply, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about affordability, we are talking about helping new Canadians, young people, and anybody in our community afford rent, afford a mortgage, to live in your home, to maintain your home, to repair your home. There's a lot to affordability beyond just the simple upfront cost. Affordability includes access to transit, it includes utility costs, reduced maintenance, and importantly, with what these high-performance development standards are trying to achieve, I'm going to call them HPDS, and what I think is at risk with Bill 17 is our inability to plan for our infrastructure, and I'm worried that this will create extra infrastructure costs and a tax burden on our community. Especially interested in energy, as you can imagine. I'm the executive director of WR Community Energy. Enbridge admits that next year natural gas prices are going to jump by 25%. We need to prepare ourselves for higher energy costs, and we can do this with better buildings. Additionally, there's a myth out there that sustainable buildings cost more to purchase or to maintain. The Royal Bank of Canada has a green mortgage. They understand that net zero buildings are cheaper to own and cost, the risk is lower. They will give you better rates over longer periods of time, making sustainable buildings and net zero buildings cheaper to run, cheaper to purchase and cheaper to run. Speaking about infrastructure here for a second, good planning requires good planning protects the public interest. And the HPDS, among other things, is a collaborative project between our utilities, many senior planners, and experts within our municipalities. And they're working together through these standards to support long-term infrastructure investments. Looking at Bill 117 and some of the comments that come around it, one law firm wrote, the Planning Act of 2001 allows municipalities to support environmental protection by requiring buildings to be constructed in accordance with certain provisions of the Ontario Building Code, and that power may be affected if Bill 17 is adopted in its current form. And this affects our ability to make smart infrastructure decisions. So geography matters, location matters. We happen to be based on top of our aquifers. We get our drinking water from the ground. The region of Waterloo is doing some studies. They project that we have enough water in our aquifers to support about 950,000 people in the Waterloo region, which is great. But if we continue to grow the way we are growing past 1 million people, that's going to require a $2 billion investment to start bringing in some of this water from Lake Erie. These standards will
take water consumption into consideration and allows us to divert those costs. Simplifying the planning process. Some worry that standards like these will make the planning process longer and they'll affect housing starts. But I would encourage you, if this is a worry of yours, I would encourage you to look at Pickering. 1 year after Pickering moved from a voluntary standard to a mandatory development standard, they met 156% of their housing starts. Similarly, I can point to other municipalities not too far from Pickering that don't have green standards, that haven't met their housing starts. In our community, we're developing our standards with 7 other municipalities and working to harmonize our policies, working with experts to make smart energy decisions. And as a result, provincial-wide and locally, these standards will result in a net reduction of policies. In terms of climate and sustainability goals, this council has been a leader in the province on this topic. These standards are built through years of collaboration, through dozens of workshops with industry, with community, with staff, and it builds on the sustainability commitments that this council and others have made. We all know, we've heard these presentations many times, that 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings. This HPDS shows that this council is taking sustainability and climate change seriously and reducing emissions. And just my last slide here, I've shown this to you before. It's a complex slide and I'm happy that I'm able to show it to you again, but our HPDS is a part of a much broader system looking at building resilience within Waterloo region. We happen to be fortunate enough that we have an abundance of local clean energy sources. And there's a lot of projects all over Waterloo region from all of these partners you see below us that are working at ensuring our low carbon energy supply meets our low carbon demand. And our high performance development standards, the very things that are at risk with Bill 17, are designed to help integrate this. So we can future-proof our community using the energy sources that we have available to us. And so with that, I'll just say thank you. I'm sure Councillor Bordelai's comments will speak to the other things that I have missed, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Always appreciate when you're in council chambers, and I know it was only, I think, last week or the week before. So thank you very much. Are there any questions of the delegate? Seeing none. Thank you. And so Sean Campbell, you are our next delegate. So welcome, Sean. Nice to see you again.
Great to see you.
Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight, Mayor McCabe and members of members of council. I'm here just to speak in favor of this motion. For myself, I'm a lifelong resident of Waterloo region. Went to both universities here in town. At Laurier's, where I met Mike Morris and also Matthew Day, when Sustainable Waterloo was just a wacky idea out of a student boardroom, and seeing what it's grown into today. And what really inspired me at the time was the idea that we can try and push beyond just the bare minimum of helping organizations actually track how they're operating and try and set targets for doing better. And, you know, not all the time did organizations meet their objectives, but there was that path and there was a supportive community and framework around there, and the City of Waterloo helped lead the way to make that happen. Out of that initial baseline work came Climate Action Waterloo Region's community energy plan, and that same project of Sustainable Waterloo has been replicated across Ontario and Canada. So I think a really interesting example here was the City of Waterloo's already kind of pushed the boundaries and what's come out of our community here. When I was doing my master's, I had the fun opportunity to research mandatory energy benchmarking policies, which was actually a lot of fun. Municipalities across the US, including New York and Chicago, were implementing these tools where big buildings have to report how much energy and water they use each year. It wasn't super popular with developers when it first rolled out. All these years later, it's turned out to be quite effective. Part of that is because the information's out in the market of, you can choose to be in a building that's more energy efficient. But another really important piece is it allowed the municipality to identify where there are big opportunities for change and where there's challenges as well. So this data showed them that a small number of buildings in New York City were still using oil for heating. It had a disproportionate impact on their greenhouse gas emissions, so they created both targeted incentives and regulations to support and require those buildings to make changes. It had a huge impact. It's been a number of years since I wrote that. I can't remember the exact percentage, but it was fairly large. So think about, when I think about a tool like this, you know, I think it also gives us the opportunity to see where's there slack that maybe we can actually push a little bit further, and where are we coming up against barriers in the system where developers and affordable housing and other groups may need a little support to go a little bit further. But the amount of data it's going to give us as a community to make those informed decisions is really exciting. As an affordable housing person now, you know, it's always a little intimidating thinking about having to go beyond just the base minimum. It's hard enough to build housing without having to also make it sustainable and accessible and everything else. But, you know, that's where the energy is right now. So when we think of folks in our community like Indwell, who are just knocking it out of the park with deeply affordable passive house developments. They're one of the largest passive house developers in Ontario. And they're doing this for sustainable and affordable housing. We can see a lot of the affordable housing programs that are in place right now. There's the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has their supportive affordable housing program that actually requires net zero ready buildings in order to qualify for a combination of grants and loans to build new affordable housing. There's the Affordable Housing Fund, which most affordable housing in Waterloo region is being built with that program, including those through Build Now will likely, on the rentals, be built with the Affordable Housing Fund. Requires at minimum that buildings are 25% more efficient than code, and we get more points and are more likely to get more grant funding if we're 30, 40, 50% more efficient. So we're already seeing this push. There's also, CMHC has mortgage loan insurance, which provides incentives for both affordable housing and market-based developers to provide affordable housing and some additional supports along that way as well. So, certainly not an expert on development or the private sector construction space, but from an affordable housing perspective, I don't see this as a barrier or concern for the type of work that we're doing. We're going there anyways, and it's great that, City of Waterloo has pushed the envelope before. We can do it again. We have the supports as affordable housing developers to do this well.
Thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate you, your delegation and the information. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I appreciate you again, you both sticking around. Councillor Bodley.
Maybe I'll seek a seconder before I provide any comments.
Okay, it's Councillor Hanmer seconding it.
Okay. Thank you. And I know we're at the end of a very, very long meeting, and I really appreciate the delegates, Matthew and Sean, sticking around for all of this this time. But I think that this is an extraordinarily important topic, and I want to make sure that we're giving it the appropriate space here. So I have a few comments that I would like to make to layer into what Matthew and Sean had spoke to. And I think my first comment here is that, frankly, this is yet another circumstance in which the province has abdicated its responsibilities on a really important topic, which is leaving municipalities to fill the void. If the province was taking a leadership role when it comes to the Ontario Building Code, it may not be left to the municipalities to seek to find ways to build more sustainable buildings within their community, to incentivize them, to regulate them. And that's where we are today. I want to underscore what it states in the motion. 45% of our community greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings. So without significant improvement in our building stock, it simply is not going to be possible to meet our community, our provincial, our federal, our global goals when it comes to mitigating climate change. And I want to break down a few of the province's concerns when it comes to high-performance development standards. So one is around going above and beyond the building code. The building code is prescriptive measures and underscores prescriptive measures for building construction, whereas HPDS, these are outcome-based design expectations. They do not prescribe in terms of how to achieve the results. And I will also note something that we talk about at the Sustainability Advisory Committee a lot. It's a comment that sticks with me. The building code is the worst building you can legally build. And this should not be what the city aspires to, nor what our developers within the community aspire to either. As it says in the motion, there are 15 municipalities across the province that have already implemented some form of green development standards. And as Matthew alluded to, there is no data suggesting that those municipalities are having a more difficult time with housing construction or starts. High-performance development standards are a planning tool in that they ensure smart growth. They ensure predictability for local utilities, higher efficiency of water usage, helping preserve our groundwater supply and keeping our long-term infrastructure costs low. But not only that, municipalities have legislative responsibility for public health and environmental well-being. The Planning Act states that we must prioritize energy and water conservation and the promotion of development that is designed to be sustainable. This limits, if the province moves forward with Bill 17 in its current form, it limits the municipality's ability to plan for growth, which has a huge impact on long-term affordability, exposing future homeowners, tenants, and building owners to spiraling energy costs and increasing impacts of extreme weather and climate change. I want to underscore something. We know in our community that rental buildings tend to be more energy efficient than condos. Why? Rental building owners take into account long-term affordability. They are going to own these buildings over the long term. It's their building. HPDSs force condo developers to consider the long-term operations of the building, not just the original construction. And also, studies have shown that it is 5 times more costly to retrofit buildings than it is to build them right the first time. So from any metric, except for the one that suggests that we as a society can ignore climate change and continue with the status quo of high GHG emitting buildings, implementing HPDSs is the right way to go. Not only are HPDSs part of the solution to tackle the climate crisis, but they are also the long-term affordable solution as well too. So I appreciate council's consideration for this motion and would welcome any further comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bodley. Any other comments from anyone on council regarding this motion? Seeing none, I'll just make a brief comment. There's so much talk these days about the need to harmonize across Canada, a variety of regulations. I don't understand why we have to have an Ontario building code and a national building code. And the changes that the province made come close to aligning with the National Building Code, my understanding is except for the high performance development standards. So it's like, in the face of all the discussion about harmonization and breaking down provincial and territorial trade barriers and regulations, et cetera, I'm like, feels like this is a missed opportunity to take the building code and harmonize it. Having said that, we have a mover and a seconder. I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Bodley. So moving on, we've got 4 minutes to end the meeting, or else we have to make a motion to go past 10:55. So no communications or correspondence, no unfinished business. Council, are there any questions? Seeing none, there is new business listed here. For upcoming meetings. Do I have to read those? Oh, okay, we need a mover and seconder for these. Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Freeman. All in favor? Okay, we're at enactment of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, if I can just mention to council that there was a comment made during the delegation on the noise bylaw about a typo in the bylaw, and so that will be fixed. It was a circumstance where the word signing was used and they meant singing. So we'll be changing that in the bylaw.
Singing was used and they meant signing?
No.
No? Okay.
Not this time.
Okay. I'll have to go back and find where that was, what that was. Okay, thank you, Julie. So enactment of the bylaws moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All in favor? That is carried. A move for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Wright. All in favor? That is carried. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much.